Hello, I think this should work. Normally the stream should be working. Wait, I might want to move some windows, like, slightly. Maybe like this. But like this. Yeah, I think that works. Okay, so I have no clue if anyone is watching. Likely no one is, because like I'm never here, I don't stream, I don't upload, I don't do anything anymore. I actually haven't uploaded in 2025. I didn't even realize that. I thought I uploaded in January, but apparently it was all December. And yeah, I've been busy the last few weeks. So, like, not... Yeah, I was busy. Let's say I was busy, things were happening. So I didn't really find the time to stream. I was always also sometimes a little bogged down, and I had other stuff that I wanted to do more importantly, or that I felt were more important. In general, this year is gonna be a rough year. Like, yeah, 2025, 2026, that sort of year, that's gonna be a rough year for me content-wise. I'm hoping it should get better like 2026, 2027. Certainly not like, it's never, or it's likely never gonna go back to like school days. Like, yeah, I mean, I'm still in school, but early school days. But it should get better. Like right now, I can spend maybe like on an average of 5, 6, 7 hours a weekend doing Minecraft things. And then maybe I can do 15 again at some point. Yeah, over a week. Or even 20 if I'm especially unbusy some weeks. Anyway, what I'm gonna do is relatively boring today, but that's fine. I think it's gonna be like, I enjoy repetitive stuff. I'm just gonna craft a bunch of barrels and then place them. I can't use rockets because I'm in this rocket challenge by Aurora, and it's something like every 3 hours I manage to play without using rockets. Before September starts is 1 debris, so I can earn debris, and I should get probably 1 this stream. I actually don't know how long I'll stream for. If I don't feel like it anymore in an hour, then I'll stop, but right now I feel like it. The only thing I need to do is get barrels. I have barrels crafted here. I'm not sure why there's like this specific amount here, because I definitely need more. I need like 80 stacks or something, 90 maybe. But I'm just gonna take these, and I'm gonna take a ton more wood. Luckily I've already gathered everything. Wait, how does this work? I have like item scroller, but I don't know what's the right button anymore. Whatever, I'll just do it like this. And then I make slabs and planks and barrels. This is maybe a little too much, because I need actually inventory space. I can mostly do this all from down here. Man, I haven't played Minecraft in a while. I don't think I've played Minecraft in August. I played it in July, but also only early July. Okay, that's just not enough. Oh, that's nice. I didn't know item scroller did that. Like throwing out everything at a time. Okay, can I save that? Let's save that. Yeah, that works. And then I do this. What? Did that craft? Oh yeah. That works. Make a bunch more logs. Do that again. It's not working perfectly for some reason, but it's working good enough. I thought there was someone on. No, there's no one online. Hello, dear sir. Iron. They sell iron pickaxes? That's weird. I didn't know that. Brown dye is nice. I definitely want brown dye because it's like limited. You can only get it every time from him, and you get very little. So I need that. Where are my emeralds? I believe they're here. I don't think I even mentioned, like, a lot of this I did off stream, so technically if someone watched all the streams, which I don't think anybody did, but technically you wouldn't know yet that there's this huge hole everywhere. where I'm gonna put my storage system. It's completely dug out. I sort of did that on holiday. I was on holiday, by the way. That's what I meant by busy, mostly. Did some other stuff too, but mostly holiday. I know. Real busy, real poor guy to have to go on holiday. Come on. Give me my box back. Okay, some brown dye. I should probably sleep, because mobs do spawn in here. I didn't light it up yet. Okay, this is slightly inconvenient without rockets. And it's also going to be hard to see where the mobs are when there's the schematic everywhere. Okay, there is a lot of mobs, that's one thing I can say. So I have to get away, I guess. Although that should be pretty easy. Also, I have a new mouse, like an old mouse, new mouse. It's not good news actually, because after using the other one for 3.5 years and likely over 6,000 hours, I calculated it before, it's now not working anymore. Like, it's a little frustrating. The mouse itself would actually still be working absolutely fine, but it's not charging anymore. Something in the battery is broken. So yeah, I have to get a new one. Found one online for like a fourth of, like the same I had online for a fourth of what it cost originally. And that's great, because the one I had before just had like a bunch of buttons. It's the Logitech G502 Lightspeed, I believe. Free advertising. And it's just good because I had rebound all my keys so that I could automatically switch to where my rockets usually are and where my, like, slot 1, where my pickaxe normally is, and stuff like that. Also to a totem and to a chest plate, theoretically, if I'm in a dangerous situation. And that was really helpful. Like, actually helped me play faster and better. Switching around my inventory. Right now I can't do that. I'm using some, like, old mouse. It's working fine, but it doesn't have the rebound things, and it doesn't have like, it has some extra keys. I could rebind them, but I'm not gonna bother to do that. I actually played Minecraft with those rebound mouse keys for like 3 years, so it's super in my muscle memory. Talking about muscle memory, I also made a new keyboard layout. Like, I just built a new one with a program that can do that, and then stack my keys that way as well. And that's because I watched a video from, wait, what's his name again? Something Atomic. I forgot the exact name. It's Atomic something. It's a British guy who was on Tom Scott once. I found him independently from that, but I then saw that he was on Tom Scott once, promoted by him. And he, Atomic Frontier, great channel by the way. And I watched this video on keyboard layouts and found it was really, really interesting. And he basically used machine learning, or like, it's not brute forcing. Yeah, is that called machine learning? Anyway, he built an algorithm that built a bunch of different keyboard layouts and tried to optimize it and find the best one. But it depends on what you write, right? Like, for some words, the best layout is different than for other words. So he used different kinds of samples. He used, I think, the B-movie, the entire script of the B-movie as one sample. Which keyboard layout would be perfect to type that? Then YouTube comments, like all his YouTube comments. All the works of Shakespeare and something else. And I thought the YouTube comments are likely closest to what I use my keyboard for, right? Like, I'm on YouTube and I have that kind of vocabulary of people in comments and stuff, likely. More so than of Shakespeare or the B-movie. So I just took that and copied it for myself. And at the start I was really slow, obviously, because I didn't have muscle memory for the keyboard yet. Like, normally I type 60 words per minute with a normal layout. And there I went down to 12. But after some practicing and stuff, I already hit 30 again. And I think if I use this for a while, then I might exceed my 60 and actually get better at this. Or I probably will. It will probably take a month or two though. And, well, and the main problem is also I'm working right now, like I have a summer job. And there I also I work at the PC. And they obviously have a normal layout. Can't just change their layout either. I don't think that would be allowed. So it's like I can't quite change my muscle memory yet until I'm done working there. And that's also maybe why it's not a good idea, because a bunch of other things you just can't change it. Like my laptop, I don't think I can change it there, and if you ever work anywhere and stuff like that. So it's probably not the best idea to use a non-normal layout. But I thought it was a fun thing to try, and I wanted to do that. What was my... Oh yeah, I wanted to craft more barrels. Nice. And more slabs. Planks. And even more planks. That should be good. Another thing I did is watch all of Gravity Falls. Twice already. It's so good. I learned about it. Well, I knew Gravity Falls existed, but I got excited about it because of this one guy's video, who does like video essays or videos on movies and series. I think he usually does anime, but he did Gravity Falls, and that was really good and really interesting. Unfortunately, it spoiled a lot of the story for me, because I started watching it. I was like, yeah, I probably won't watch Gravity Falls, and then I was done watching the video, and I was like, I have to watch Gravity Falls now. It's so good and so funny. And Zeus is definitely my favorite character. Zeus is awesome. Also, no, I can't say this if I forget his name. Big Andy? Is it Big Andy? Yeah, the guy in the mini golf thing. That was a great scene too. I don't think he's called Andy. He's called Big something. Anyway, rip Big Andy. Or Big whatever. I think my inventory is now mostly filled. I'll just leave it at that. I should probably... Did I already... Oh, here it is. I still have to put this away. And then the head as well. The disembodied head. I don't understand why heads don't stack properly. There's something wrong with the programming or anything else here. I don't know what is wrong, but for some reason these things just don't properly stack. Like sometimes they have what are these called? Exclamation marks. Sometimes they don't. I don't know. I don't think it's something that I can control as a player, like whether they have exclamation marks and stuff like that. So what I'm gonna do now is basically just this. It's a little suboptimal because I have to place it by the in the correct orientation, which makes it slightly slower, but not too slow. I think today I already watched 2 other people. Oh yeah, this is not prominent. I thought for a second, why did I put this here? It's not supposed, like, it's gonna destroy stuff. But no. Also, is there a bedrock here? Oh yeah, it did drop. Just didn't see it. That might be a slight problem. Because I do want to place stuff. I just thought I would place it one lower. But the problem with placing it one lower is that it's going to be on top of the bedrock. And for a normal block, that's fine. But for a fence, for example, I'll be able to see bedrock. And I don't know if that fits the aesthetic. It might for one of the floors, but certainly not for all of them. So I might have to put it on top or something. I'll see. I haven't figured out the actual design yet. But I watched 2 videos today of people building storage systems. One by Peaceful Penguin, who is awesome. I just recently found him, and I'm so glad he's gaining so much traction. I think when I found him, like, what was it? Like 1.5, like 6 weeks ago or something, he had something like 3,000 subscribers. And I was already late, like maybe a week before that he had 1,000. And now he has 15,000. And his last 3 videos... Well, I don't know. His last 2 videos both surpassed 100,000 views by quite a bit. At least the first one already has over 200,000. And his last video, which was the storage system one, which was uploaded like 3 days ago, also has, I don't know, 30 or 40,000 views already. So that's great. And they're not super, like, extremely edited or anything. It's just fun and him doing really cool stuff. That's the thing. He just does stuff really well. Like it's the kind of world that I actually want to have at some point. Like what I want to achieve here. But I have so much ugly stuff still, and that's what I sort of regret. I think there's too much ugly stuff in my world. I would well, on the server, I would prefer ugly by me specifically. I would honestly prefer if I didn't have as much yet, but it was prettier, right? Like the farm, the shopping, not shopping district, the farms district or whatever I call it. I would prefer if that looked better, if I actually took decorating into account when starting to build it. But I'm gonna have to do that someday, some year, in the next few years. By the way, which day is the server on? Does it? Oh, I don't think it does days anymore. I think the days thing broke because we exceeded like 100,000. Which is not because we play that much, we actually don't play that much anymore. Some people are still active, more than me, which is great. But not that much. But the server is just technically running 24/7, so it counts days all the time. I guess if I just take 3 years... It's... Okay, it's 365 times 3 plus 1, because one of them was 2024, which had an extra day, and that times 72. So it should be at least 78,900 days, and whenever anyone sleeps it's more. And people do sleep quite a lot, so it's likely closer to 100,000 days. Maybe 90,000, something between 90 and 100,000 I would guess. Although for a while the server was offline, right? A little over a year ago. No, pretty exactly a year ago we had a problem with it like breaking and nothing working anymore. And having to restore a ton of stuff and losing time and... yeah. Shock bite. It might have been our fault. I don't want to accuse... I don't actually know what I'm doing. I don't want to accuse anyone. Wait, fuck. Oh, no. I don't want to swear. Firstly. And secondly, I'm surrounded by mobs. Ah, why are they so fast? Okay, I have to run in this direction. Just leave, I can fix it later. And I'm gonna have to go to a different bed. I think this has a bed. Although I'm not... well, if mobs don't despawn by me being here, then I'm gonna just have to fly way further later. Sleeping would be good. I'm always a little sad that I can't use shaders when using Latmatica, but for some reason it just doesn't work for me. Like it becomes all white when I turn on shaders. It's white-ish, but then it has a white glow and I can't see the blocks. Like an obnoxious white glow, not just a little bit. Racina Razi, hey! Did you just randomly find me? I don't think I remember your name. I'm just building a storage system. This is like the schematic, and I'm placing all the barrels. This is Minecraft, yeah. Are you saying that because of the thumbnail? Or are you actually surprised? Because for me it would seem obvious that it's Minecraft, but maybe it's not completely obvious. I mean, it looks weird. It doesn't have normal terrain. Yeah, it is Minecraft. I did the thumbnail thing. The thumbnail says this is Minecraft, right? I did that sort of as a joke, because if you look at a ton of YouTubers these days, like Mogswamp, Wonba, Shovel, some others, well, they are all friends, so it's probably because of that. They all just put builds on their thumbnails and then write, this is Minecraft. I don't know why, but that seems to work as a thumbnail concept. I found that so funny when I realized. You did find it randomly, that's nice. That's nice. Yeah, you're lucky, I haven't streamed in like 6 weeks. Because I didn't have much time and I also didn't feel like it, but today I felt like it. I don't know, I was just looking for barrels when I literally had them in my inventory. I don't know what's wrong with me. Can I? Oh no, this is bad. I can't place them in the correct orientation. And I also don't have an X in my inventory, so this is painfully slow. Okay. I could destroy all these chests. Oh yeah, I also prepared this. I have all these items for sorting, right? I need some random sorting item. Latest Minecraft or old Minecraft? This is not quite the latest version. It's 1.21.6, but it's super flat. So you know, like the world that you can make to plan stuff in creative? If you want to, you can also play that in survivor. And you can actually get most of the stuff in the game by building creative farms and getting stuff from the nether and the end and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm playing superflat. Yeah, I wanted to say I'll just leave a hole back there, and once I've used these chests up, then I'll put stuff in there. Yeah, these are just temporary building blocks, and these are the ones for the filter items. Took so long, I had to literally rename each of these stacks individually. But it's also been 6 weeks since I did that. Roughly. No, wait, how many? Yeah, something between 5 and 6 weeks, I think. I'm not quite sure. You got the latest version? Yeah, I also, like, I got it, but we don't have all the mods yet. What's the latest version? Is it 1.21.8? I think it's 8, right? Or is there an even newer one already? I'm dumb. Why do I forget that I have barrels in the inventory? I don't actually know how long I've been streaming for. It can't be very... Oh yeah, I do know. It's 20 minutes. Because I feel like I've done nothing, right? I've just built this. Feels like it should be doable in like 3 minutes instead of 20. But I did talk a lot. And then forgot where I was. Yeah, I think I wanted to say that I watched the Peaceful Penguin video. Who is also gonna stream today. Maybe I'll check him out later, or if anyone is watching me, tell them to watch him. What I also watched was Found in MN, right? I think that's his name. Which apparently means found in, what was it, Minnesota? Is it Minnesota? There's a lot of M states in the US. But MN is probably Minnesota. Also, I have to punch a little hole in here. Because I have to be able to get through. And if there's just a solid wall of barrels, won't be able to do that. Yeah, I watched his videos. First, his newest one, that was like 1,000 days of building farms, which was really interesting and really long, over an hour. And then I was interested in the mountain and mega base thing. Like in the mega base thing, he basically built a storage system and a base around it. Which is sort of what I'm doing here, just on a larger scale over many years, hopefully. And those videos were really good. I always, honestly, like, I'm not super interested in the sort of really popular new style of video there is right now for hardcore, or there has been for the last 2 years, which is like a ton of cuts and stuff like that, and all sort of feels very similar. Who's a big name that does that? I didn't actually remember the names, but there's a lot of those people. And I always thought Found in MN would be like that, right? I think I started watching his starter base video, his first hardcore video, and then stopped because it felt like that. But the ones I watched now, like the mountain one and stuff, I like those. They didn't feel quite like that to me. And I also like his approach to the game. I don't know, it feels very casual the way he does it, like casual as in he doesn't have some sort of grand plan, which is the exact opposite of what I tend to do normally. But I think I need to get closer to that, or at least I need to stop stressing about getting stuff done quickly, which I guess I have done over the last few months. But I need to find a balance between getting stuff done slowly, working on it continuously, and still not stressing anymore. If that makes sense. I feel like he does that well. Yeah. Maybe one day I'll make like a good video. Hey, Atomic Entity, I think I remember you. Have you been here before? Or was it just someone similar? Funnily enough, a few minutes ago I talked about a channel called Atomic Frontier that made a video which caused me to try and change my keyboard layout. So it's funny that you're now here, Atomic Entity. Guess you might be brothers. Yeah, I think I wanted to say that maybe someday when I make a video again on my main channel, at some point in, honestly, probably in 2026, maybe more people will watch it. But also, I've had that hope many times in the past and it didn't really ever quite happen. Like a few thousand, yeah, but nothing more than that. Not tens or hundreds of thousands. But yeah, We'll see. I'm also really not sure on my video style. What I'm actually gonna do then. You were here for the Technoplate Museum. Yeah, I remember that, yeah. To be honest, the museum isn't finished yet. I need to still go back and finish it, but I need to build my sorting system first. Or I want to build my sorting system first. So I've got burned out with the museum. But I have most of the... probably all the resources there to build it. So I'll hopefully do that after this. And then I'll have to see how I actually make videos. Like, yeah, I was just talking about my video style. But I also mean, what do I put in videos and how many videos do I make? Because I've done so much stuff in this world that I haven't turned into videos yet. Like, I'm building the storage system, obviously. I'm doing the Technoplate thing. I don't think those should be the same video. They should probably be two separate videos. I also... did a bunch of other random small stuff. Well, not that small. For example, over a year ago I just sort of decided to go to one of those, what are they called, the new structures, the stronghold-like structures. Well, one of those tough rooms, and just completely mine all of it down and get 60 shulkers of tough or something. I have to put that into the video somehow, but that alone isn't that interesting. Welcome back, Racina. I don't know how to pronounce your name, to be honest. Is Racina correct? How good am I in PvP? Not very good. I would say I'm slightly better at 1.16 PvP, like modern PvP, compared to old PvP, like 1.8. But I'm not good in either of them. I admire people that are really good in those, especially Technoblade, obviously. The best to ever do it. Probably not statistically the best PvP player, but like super impressive, especially for his time, as dumb as that sounds, because it was a few years ago, but like, you know. But yeah, I'm not very good. Talking about like PvP and competitive stuff, what I also watched in the last few weeks were all of Ish's Civilization videos. I was never into those before, and then I watched the newest one, and then I watched all of them and like all the background stuff and Mogswamp's interview with him and his second channel stuff and his live streams with the events on the second channel. I love Ish now. And I wonder if he actually makes money, right? Like, there's gotta be so many man hours in that project. Even if it makes 20-30 million views, it doesn't have a sponsor, so it can't make that much money, right? 30 million views without a sponsor in a video that length, I think is maybe like 100,000. I feel like if, what, 80 different people are working on it for 2 years, they're probably not working on it full time. But I'm not sure if it's economically still. You're kind of good. That's nice. That's nice. How much, like, do you mainly play PvP? I pulled with a fishing rod and put lava and hit them 2 times. So that's like the old version, right? Well, I guess you can do... No, wait. Is that the new version? I think you can only pull with a fishing rod in the new version. Am I right? I think in the old version, when you use a fishing rod, you push someone away, and in the new one, you can pull him. So that's gotta be new PvP. Is that a correct deduction? Oh yeah, by the way, Atomic Entity, or in general just, I don't know if you're here still, but I can't use rockets. I also feel like I can't use words today. I'm just not used to streaming anymore and talking all the time. And I'm not great at talking in general. Like, I fall over my own words the entire time. See, I know this is wrong. Like, I know that's not how you use the phrase the entire time, that it doesn't mean all the time. I wanted to say all the time, but I just sort of don't do it correctly for some reason. Anyway, it probably doesn't make it better if I mention and explain it. Should probably ignore it. Yeah. I guess after I do this and try to decorate it and then do the Technoblade Museum, my next thing is probably gonna be redoing my villages here. Like, they're decent, but they're nowhere near as good as I want them to be. So I wanna significantly improve the look of these things. and sort of make a video on that, hopefully. But let's not get carried away with the future, when the present is still waiting for my actions. These barrels go surprisingly far. I didn't think I could do this and this with just my inventory and still have this much left over. I thought I was gonna have to recraft earlier. Also, where are you from? Are you from on top of a barrel? That's probably the most likely. Because I did slime proof everything else, all the other slime chunks. So they probably spawned on top of some barrel. Might have to fix that. Back there I have a shulker with moss carpet, I believe. So I can put some moss carpet on the barrels and prevent them from spawning. Let's just take a stack so I can use that later. I'm already a little bit annoyed with not being able to use rockets. And also, I don't know what it is, but some things just don't load for me. Like, here, bee nest. Why do bee nests not load? They have a texture, right? Is there something broken with a mod I have? That's probably it. I don't think normal Minecraft just forgot beehives in a new update. That would seem weird. I think I have a chicken jockey with full diamond. That would be crazy if you did have that. How do I get on? Oh, this is so annoying. I have to like go up here, fix this, and then I can walk on here. And oh wait. Okay, firstly, I think I want to put this to single layer, and then I can remove it. And I thought maybe the water broke some stuff, some carpets, but I don't know if the water can break carpets. I'm not quite sure about that. I don't think it can. But these definitely all spawn on top of the barrels, because everything else is proofed. You do have them, that's crazy. What world in? Like, is it a server or a hardcore world or a normal survival world? Or creative even, but like found naturally, I don't know. Huh? Oh yeah, now it works. Have to fix that up. Where else are there slime chunks? Let's just see, there's one here. Oh. You really don't get that far with just a trident. You give a villager full netherite armor? That's crazy. I thought about that today. I watched a video of someone building a fortress. No, not a fortress. It was a castle. A castle and putting villagers in there and then starting a raid and like defending in the castle like it was some sort of medieval attack, which was really interesting. And I thought about, like, theoretically, could you just make a bunch of full netherite, you know, full protection thorns armor? Dispense that onto villagers, like a whole village of them, and let them fight off a raid using that. It's a little unfortunate they can't actually, you know, fight back, use weapons and stuff. That would be fun too. But yeah, could you let them do it with thorns? I don't know. Maybe something to try out. Although that would be quite expensive. I don't really need my sword anymore now that I have a trident. I could put my sword away and save some extra inventory space. Also, my mouse sensitivity is a little off because of the new mouse I'm using. And I'm slightly tired, even though it's 5 PM for me and I drank coffee today and I didn't sleep too little. I don't know. I've just been a little like physically and mentally broken the last few days for some reason. Just didn't feel quite right. Probably stress. For non-disclosed reasons. Okay, I should get this back. Also, is there stuff here? Okay, just grass blocks, so it's just the floor. And there's some blocks somewhere like back there or something. I'm not sure. You could give piglins a head in the dispenser and have the head. Wait. You could give piglins a head in the dispenser and have a head. And have that. You mean you can let them wear a head, I assume? Which I guess I assumed that it was possible, but I didn't know whether dispensing a head was possible. And I think I'm gonna do this now. Because I know I have to place the barrels, like, you know, where it's not red. But this is a lot more subtle than the normal schematic. I prefer this. What other games do you play? Honestly, really none. Like I have played other games in the past, obviously. And I sometimes play games, but really rarely. Normally I just play Minecraft. I've played Anno 1404 and then later 1800. I enjoy those kinds of games. Played some Civilization at some point. I have like, what's the game called? Railway something? Railway Empire, I think. I want to play that at some point, but I already honestly bought it 2 years ago for a discount and I haven't finished it yet. I own... I know that the like previous game to the one I own is called Leaving Lindo, and now I forgot the actual game. Eastshade. I think Eastshade is the name of the game. I own that one, which is really fun. It's like a really laid-back, chill game about painting. I want to finish that at some point because I started playing it and played it for 5 or 10 hours, but didn't finish it yet. But yeah, I don't usually play other games. Sometimes I play like just round-based games like Rocket League. I like to work with a shield in one hand and an axe in the other. If I can pin my enemy in a corner, I don't let up, and if they have a shield, no problem. Yeah, I think that's the main strategy, right? In 1.16, usually it's just shield and axe, and if you have it on hand, it can be useful to have a loaded crossbow. I played Minecraft and Terraria. Nice. Terraria is definitely like, I'm pretty sure I would have fun playing it, but I've never tried and I don't think it's worth it because I love Minecraft anyway and I play hundreds of hours there. So I think Terraria would, for me, would just be a fun game that's not quite as fun as Minecraft, and it doesn't seem like it would be worth it. Shield spawns you just enough to give you a free crit. So you're saying that you get bounced back when you're holding a shield and getting hit, and while you're flying back you can hit your enemy, but they can't hit you anymore because then you'll be further up. Okay, is that how you mean it? I'm not sure. You played right. Yeah, I'm not like a PvP kind of guy. A wind charge and a mace are insane. Oh yeah, true. Those are the really modern ones. When I think of modern PvP, I guess I still think of... Wait. Does this not... Oh yeah, this does go further. I don't know why the thing on the floor was different. But yeah, I guess modern PvP really does use a mace and wind charge. I saw a video recently of someone one-hitting the Ender Dragon with a mace. I feel like that could be fun too if you pull it off. I got it right? Okay. Nice, nice. The newest PvP techniques I know is like, you have to have the low ground because then your hits are, I guess, faster than the enemy's hits, right? You can hit them better. Because, you know, Pythagoras. And then you have to run around pillars. Those are the things I know. You got 4 stacks of wind charges. I got 1 stack of wind charges right now, which I guess I haven't used yet. Maybe I should use that. And I got that for free from the Aurora game. If I manage to play 15 hours without using rockets, then I get to keep the trident and the wind charge, which is really nice. You one-shot a warden? That also sounds fun. A warden killed me in my most recent hardcore world, in my last one, which was painful. And trap a warden. Like, you also trapped a warden separately, or did you trap a warden then one-shot it? Are you talking about the same thing? I'm actually, regardless of what you guys are actually saying, I'm sort of surprised that people are here. Like, I don't see, honestly, okay, my background music stopped, wait. I honestly don't see why the YouTube algorithm would ever recommend my stream. I don't usually had many viewers, like, I think in my peak I averaged 3, like I had an average of 3 viewers over a longer stream. And I haven't streamed for 6 weeks, and before that I streamed rarely, like maybe 4 or 5 times. And the earliest before that was January, maybe late February, early February. So really, I did no work to appease the algorithm, but somehow the stream gets recommended to some degree. Separately, yeah, that makes sense. Also, I need to apologize. Obviously, I can't answer immediately when you guys write something because there's like delay both ways, right? Or I'm not sure if it's both ways. At least there's at least a one-way delay, which is when I respond, then you only see it a few seconds later because the stream has to have some stream delay, because if it was completely live, you would have to have really good internet to be able to watch it, which most people don't have. But there's also some extra delay added by me, because sometimes I'm just talking about something and in the middle of a sentence or a few sentences, and I want to finish those before actually reading out a message. For example, Warden is dumb, that was already sent 5 seconds ago, but I finished that message. I finished that sentence before actually reading it. And I'm not sure the Warden is dumb. The Warden is sort of a fun thing. I definitely like the Warden ever since, what was his name? Ever since the guy in the Ish video renamed it to Rising Lava, right? No, I think me dying to the Warden is my fault. I had 3 different hardcore worlds, and in all of them I died after around 1,000 days. Very, very roughly. Which is just because I'm not a careful enough player and not a good enough player. I'm not like actually really good at the game in terms of surviving and PvE and stuff. So you don't die that easily, but at some point you likely will die if you are at my level. What I do have right now, and I've already published basically all the raw material on my Long Pixel channel as long plays, is a half-hearted hardcore world with almost 300 days, and that is really fun for me. And there I'm like incredibly careful. Like if you just play normal hardcore, you sort of you don't want to die, but at some point you just slip into a mindset of you basically played like a normal survival world. But in my half-hearted hardcore world, I'm insanely careful, right? I always have a stack of golden apples on me just so I can get to 2.5 hearts by eating them if I'm in a dangerous situation. I have the peak armor. I don't do anything dangerous. I live on an island where I've perfectly terraformed it for it to be impossible to get fall damage there. So yeah, and that's a world that I eventually want to continue playing a little bit every now and then and get to 1,000 days at least. That would be super fun. And I think technically, I think I already have the world record for half-hearted hardcore in days. At least the longest worlds I could find were by Slimesicle, right? The developer, or at least it used to be a Mojang developer. I don't know if he still is, but probably. Wait, no, Slimesicle is a different guy, sorry. Something else, like Sliced Lime. That was the name. And he got to 200 and something, and I'm a few days beyond that. So I think, at least for posted ones, I have the longest running half-hearted hardcore world. And I haven't even played that much or released a full video on it, on my main channel. Sorry, now I have to read your messages. You think I'm pretty good? That's nice of you, but I'm not. I'm not good in the way that I described it, right? In like a PvE kind of survival and instinct and good reaction time kind of way. And you died in your hardcore world? That sucks. I know that feeling. As I said, 3 times. Accidentally jumped in lava. Yeah, that really sucks. I mean, I've died more than 3 times in hardcore worlds. But it's basically like, I've had a bunch of hardcore worlds where I've died in the first, I don't know, 12 hours. Which is like, if you've spent 7-8 hours on something and you die and you lose it, that sucks. But it's not comparable to the feeling of having spent a month or 2 in a world and then losing it. Right. Those are 2 different levels. So I've had a bunch of worlds where I've died in like 12 hours or significantly less. And then 3 where I've died after many 100 days. In 2 of them after over 1,000. You can actually trap a warden with wool. Yeah, but I was like, well, there's a short about it on my channel. If you really have a lot of patience, you can probably search for it. I don't know the name anymore though. But I basically, I wanted to do the achievement, you know, how did we get here? And I needed to trap a warden or something. Or needed to get some other stuff. I was in a, what are they called? In an ancient city for a while for some reason. Something to do with the how did I get here achievement. And I would just, it was a really big ancient city, so whenever a warden spawned I would just fly far away. And usually that worked out, but for one of them, it didn't. He managed to follow me because there happened to be a convenient path to do that quickly. And then I got hit 2 times. And I shot him from the balcony because I thought, yeah, I can probably kill him. Because I had killed others before. And then I was in this like tower with the wall. Like it was basically a balcony on a tower in an ancient city with a wall around the balcony. And I was standing there. And I had already lost half my health. And then he ran up the stairs and was suddenly behind me. In the matter of a few seconds, because they can run pretty quickly. And the thing is, if there hadn't been walls around that balcony, I could have still flown away and survived, right? Because I had a totem. The totem would have been popped and I would have survived, likely. Unless I had flown into a wall, which would have been really annoying. But there happened to be walls there, and 2 blocks above me there was a roof as well. So I couldn't jump out there, right? I wanted to double jump and fly away, but it was like... I was basically sort of trapped like this, right? I wanted to fly away, but I couldn't quite do it. This was what I did for my last few seconds, and then I popped my totem and died. Yeah, that was sad. User repeating redstone clock connected to belly. Yeah, that makes sense. But I didn't have that with me. Noise machine, yeah. You grinded for 2 years and jumped in lava. That's crazy. It must have been like really bad timing. That you already lost hearts or something, right? Or you didn't have netherite on you that moment, or were like using other armor for some very specific reason. Because usually you can tank lava relatively easy with modern armor, right? Like I mean, I happen to wear fire protection right now, obviously, but even with normal protection, with netherite, you tend to be fine in lava in a few seconds, for a few seconds. Don't feel bad. Feels a Minecraft loss is 5 years to a baby zombie. Yeah, true. That's like, I mean, yeah, that was also sort of akin to what I described. It was like he happened to be wearing an elytra and some other not perfect armor, and yeah, happened to be in a really tight space the way I was in a tight space and couldn't flee. And there was a second mob and wasn't prepared for it. Yeah, that's sort of what tends to happen. I guess what I'm thinking for, like, as I said, I have half-hearted hardcore going on for me. What I'm thinking there is, in 2025, 2026, when I won't be able to play very much, I want to stick to just superflat SMP and do the important stuff there, the stuff I'm really looking forward to, that I'm most excited about. And maybe if I can start doing a little more again next year, because I'm not going to be as busy, or so I predict, then I'll go back and do some other projects as well. Like, do some half-hearted hardcore. I have some more projects. I feel like I used to be like, I don't want to spoil them on a stream because they're going to be a video, but honestly it doesn't really matter. It's not like many people are watching. One of my things that I already started doing and put like 200 or 300 hours days into is rebuilding the Trackmania Minecraft map in real Minecraft. That's a crazy thing that I'm really looking forward to, if I can finish it. That half-hearted hardcore. I guess those are the other 2 big things that I want to do. In gold, you were in gold armor. Yeah, that makes sense, right? And you were probably in gold armor for some, like, I don't know. Likely because you were dealing with piglins or something. That would be my guess anyway. That's, I guess, another answer for what other games I play. I do play Trackmania every now and then. Well, not every now and then is not really correct. I played it quite a bit for a few months and then stopped. Right? Your first Minecraft play was embarrassing. I mean, believe me, the first time I played survival Minecraft, the literal first thing I did was dig straight down. Because I thought I could fly still. Because before that I had only played creative. And then my friend came over, that was on a PS3. Where I played Minecraft Survival for the first time. He was like, what are you doing? And helped me. Yeah. Great times. We used to be so proud about getting iron armor. Atomic Entity says, when I started Minecraft, at first I went to move forward and instead threw my sword. There's nothing more embarrassing than that. Well, I tend to believe that my story is more embarrassing. I beat Minecraft and then download mod in a new world, custom boss. The first time you... No, not the first time. You said the first time was embarrassing, and that wouldn't be embarrassing. But I guess you eventually beat it, maybe in your first world is what you're referring to. I find it crazy. I saw a sort of documentary-esque video about Gnembon, the technical guy that also developed the... I forget the name, but like the really useful mod. He apparently first time played Minecraft and was already a technical player just by heart because he was a graduated or like studying engineer, something like that. It was just, he beat the game because I guess he was good at gaming, and then immediately went like, okay, what do I first have to do? I'm automating this and this production, and started building farms for everything. I find that crazy. I don't think many people can say they started that way. I want to actually give shout out to the video about Gnembon because that was a really good video. I forgot the name though. It's a guy that also made a documentary about Mogswamp. Wait, let me look it up for a second. I want to see it. Mogswamp. I think that's the one I'm more likely to find because he also reacted to it and stuff, as opposed to Gnembon. Yeah, Xe is the name. The Mogswamp video has 2 million views, that's crazy. The Gnembon one also has almost 1 million though, and it's only 2 months ago, so he's pulling some good views. Xe is the name, like, wait, I'm gonna write in the chat. Xe. Oh, my capitalization is reversed. This is the correct name. Yeah. Really good videos from him. Well, I've only watched 2 of them, but they were really good. You probably got those messages, the people watching a few seconds before I actually explained what I was talking about. Or at least that's possible, so yeah. It's the worst digging straight down. I thought nighttime was long. I waited 3 days in Minecraft and died to a phantom. Oh yeah, that's painful when you like dig yourself in, specifically in order not to die because you think nighttime takes a while. And then a phantom kills you. RIP. I started playing... Wait, did I start playing before phantoms were introduced? I'm not actually sure. I remember a little before I was playing, when I was still in primary school, a friend told me about how crazy tridents were that were just added in the game. He was super excited about that and showed it to me on my phone because he was playing Pocket Edition. That might have been the first time I actually saw Minecraft. Although I'm not sure if I didn't perhaps see YouTube videos about it before. Or did... Wait. When did I first watch YouTube? Probably at like 7 years old, something like that. I think the first things I watched were FIFA videos. Because I played FIFA back... Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Did I play FIFA back then? Oh yeah, I did, because I was playing FIFA on my PlayStation. I think I was playing video games before I started watching YouTube. And the first videos I watched were about FIFA. And I was probably 6 or 7 back then. You played it when it was only creative? That's crazy. I was like 2 years old when that was the case. When it turned survival, you died. That makes sense. I definitely understand being really, really bad at it. I mean, obviously it's understandable anyway if you just don't know. But it's even more so understandable when survival actually just got launched. Imagine Minecraft without survival and then it just gets launched. That's crazy. Like, such a difference. No other change after that is even remotely comparable, honestly. You play on phone in 3 years? Like, when you were 3 years old or for 3 years? Did you play on your phone for 3 years of time? Does my question make sense? I hope I hope it makes sense. This is gonna take a while. I've spent, what, like 45 minutes placing barrels? And then maybe a third of the way done. Actually, potentially less than a third. I'll see. I guess the thing that I'll do after that is place the hoppers. You were 3 years old. That's crazy. I didn't have a phone when I was... Wait. You were 3. Yeah, no, phones exist since 2008 or something. So yeah, phones exist a little longer than Minecraft, but not much. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if in 50 years phones aren't a thing anymore because we got a new thing, but Minecraft still is. Genuinely wouldn't surprise me. You still play? Yeah, that's crazy. I've been playing for... hard to say. Around 10 years, likely. Right? 2015? Does that sound right? I'm not sure. It's gotta be somewhere between 8 and 10 years. And I've been playing Java for... what, like 5 to 6 years on my PC? I don't know. Yeah, it's... Wait. I've been playing on this server for 3 years. Before that I spent a year playing mostly 3 different hardcore worlds. Before that... I guess it was just... No, before that I had other servers with other friends for at least a year. When did I start playing? Oh no, I think I started playing... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I must have started playing on my PC 6 years ago. Which means that I think 8.5 to 9 years ago I played for the first time on my PlayStation. That's crazy. I basically sort of had 3 phases so far. No, 4 phases. The first one was PlayStation, maybe 5 even. The first one was PlayStation and I only played creative. Then I started playing survival there with my friend, right? Like in the actual same room, not on a real server. Then I switched to Java and I had servers there with my friends in school for like 2 years or something. Then I spent a year making Minecraft, making like hardcore videos, and since then I've spent 3 years playing on superflat SMP. You actually played with Bionic? I don't actually know what Bionic is, to be honest. You're bad at PC but good at mobile. That's interesting. So you don't play... Wait, is Bionic one of those versions? There's like the education version. Is Bionic also one? I don't know. It's interesting. I was bad at PC right when I started and good on the PlayStation, but once I spent like a week on the PC, I was probably already better there. I feel like the PC controls are easier and more helpful. You played with your sisters and brothers. Yeah. I didn't have siblings interested in that, or I guess the same age. Right, I was still relatively young and I'm the oldest sibling, so my other siblings were significantly younger than me, so they weren't allowed or didn't want to play that, didn't do video games. We aren't, I guess we aren't built like you. None of us started playing video games at 3 years. In fact, some of my siblings still haven't started playing video games. Or all of them? I'm not actually sure if any of my siblings play video games. Gotta be a strange life. I mean, to be fair, I also didn't play video games over the last month or so and have decreasingly played in 2025, but still. At least you gotta watch people play video games. I don't see myself being able to live without that long term. You build an entire city? Yeah. My big thing when I started playing PC, well, I guess we had a server, but before that, the few months that I spent playing on my PC before I made a server with my friends was basically me just increasingly trying harder and harder to build a medieval kind of city. With a big wall around it, you know, with like defenses and stuff. Really loved that. I never properly finished it, but honestly, I'm not even, I mean, obviously it would have been really sick if I did finish it, but I'm not sad about not finishing it. I'm just glad that it happened. It was so much fun. Watching videos, learning how to build. Crocodile Andy. There's like Crocodile Andy, right? The movie character. And Crocodile Andy was the first sort of German guy that I watched trying to learn how to build. Shout out to him. Really good videos, honestly. I don't watch them anymore, but I really liked them back then. He's actually the reason that I started a server with my friends, because he was on a server. And I was like, yeah, I want to do that. We all looked on YouTube to build the yeah. Or actually no. That's not actually true for me. My first build was just me finding that random. What was it? I might be able to find it in here. First I should go to bed. But finding like a random concrete, what are they called? Those concrete blocks with like specific things on them. Yeah, random type of concrete block, and being like, this looks fun. I wanna build a huge flying house with this. That was my first thing, before ever watching a video of someone else building. And it obviously looked completely ugly. It was literally a flying box. But I thought about it, like I actually put effort into it, even though it was completely... It was incredibly ugly. I did put effort into it. I genuinely thought like, okay, how do I do the room layout? What would a room look like? I didn't really have the abstract Minecraft kind of approach to it yet. I didn't think, okay... this is what makes sense in a Minecraft kind of way. I was actually thinking, okay, what would there be in real life? How do I build a toilet? How do I build a kitchen? I was doing that kind of thing, right? But yeah, I can find the block. I can show you the block that my first house was built out of. I built that in creative, of course. It was this. I thought the light blue glazed terracotta looked super good for some reason. I think I just liked the colors. Obviously it looks ugly when you just build a cube with this, but I had a ton of fun. I didn't even you know, I was playing on a PlayStation 3, there were no commands or anything. I literally spent my first few hours playing Minecraft on my own, just sitting there, flying in circles, building a really big floor by placing each block individually in creative. Crazy times. And being like, Mom, I want to play more. He's like, yeah, but what? Why? You're literally just flying in a circle, placing blocks. But I was like, yeah, but you don't get it. I'm building a world. I'm being an artist. I don't think I thought of it like that, but that's like the vibe that I had. Congratulations, you got an achievement of not using YouTube on your first build. Yeah, I mean, that made it turn out uglier than probably any other first build. That might be an exaggeration, but most of them. But I'm still proud of it, and I remember it fondly. What I also remember is the one friend that I told you about that was super excited to show me the trident on his mobile, on like, what's it called, Pocket Edition. I showed him the build and we were like, okay, what do we do? And he was like, you know what I hate most? I hate creepers. Let's put a ton of creepers in there and explode the entire house and make the creepers regret it. And then back then there were like observers, but we didn't understand what an observer does, so we thought he just notices when someone walks by. And so I was like, okay, I'll put a ton of creepers in there and then put an observer there and a ton of TNT and I'll explode it all. And they're we're gonna make creepers regret existing. Which is such a dumb 7-year-old thought. Was I 7 then? I think it was roughly 7. Yeah. Have fun eating. I hope you will not be starving after that, and I hope it's good. It tastes good. Maybe see you later, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. My like mood it's kind of weird today. I'm like, I wanna do stuff, but I don't feel like I'm... It feels like I just can't write like other productive stuff, actually stuff that's not this. I don't know, it's a really weird... I drank coffee, so I feel so really coffee-ish, right? Like I have to move, like limbs around randomly. I don't know why. Like too energized for some reason, but not like I actually want to do anything. Like I don't want to go outside. It's super weird, and my brain feels like it's not processing correctly. It's just whirling around randomly. I don't know how to describe it, but this is I can do this. Normally I listen to music when I feel like this, and that calms it for some reason, which is good. Oh, need a bottom row. I'm a little like, I think it would look cleaner if I didn't have to have the schematic here. So what I'm gonna do is place one of these everywhere, yeah, everywhere where they have to be. Kind of obvious. And then I know where to start and where to end, and I obviously know how high it has to be. And then I can temporarily turn the schematic off and not have to look at all these schematic blocks anymore. I hope this is gonna work. Well, it's really not worth it here. I'm just gonna build it right now. Oh, well. In this case, the jump boost actually makes playing way harder. I also, oh yeah, Slime God, one of the server members, wanted to set up a separate server, or I think has set up a separate server, where we're going through old versions of the game that allowed you to get stuff that you're not able to get anymore in superflat. Like, I think there was one version with mineshaft spawning where you could get glowberries, and now glowberries aren't accessible in superflat. So I definitely wanted to go back there and get at least Swift Sneak, because that would be super helpful for building, and we can't get it anymore. But there's apparently, he said, some version where you can in some kind of way. But I haven't done that yet, and I don't know if the server is still active or how, or if he's still running it, or however, or if that's working. You know what I mean? If that's still a possibility. Okay, this is gonna be the annoying part. Although, wait, I think it's just, as a general rule, I go one block less far than this thing, and even if I go, like, even if I don't do it perfectly at some point, it doesn't really matter. I just have to place all the barrels. So I think I can turn my schematics off now. Not turn them off, but I'll just make them invisible. And then I can turn on shaders, because that looks way better. I hope it doesn't get destroyed on YouTube by the refresh. No, not refresh, right? What's the thing? Like YouTube condensing things down to... yeah, whatever it's called. I hope it's not ugly, basically. But for me it looks good. And I hope I also don't lose that many frames. No, I have 60. For some reason, when I played earlier today, without shaders or anything, I had like, I don't know, 40 frames and it didn't go up. But I think that was just some sort of glitch or whatever. Something wasn't working correctly. Because normally I should have like, I mean, it's outdated now. A few years ago I had a really good graphics card. As you can see, 4060 NVIDIA 4060 RTX, NVIDIA RTX 4060 Ti. I got it. Obviously now there's like 4090 Ti and stuff. I don't actually know what they cost at the moment, but I'm probably not gonna get a new one anytime soon. I need money in the future, you know, because I'm gonna move out and stuff. So maybe I'll get a new PC in like 3 years. I hope this one is gonna work good enough for Minecraft and editing and stuff over the next 3 years, and then I could get a new one. Because I got this one about 4.5, 5 years ago. Something like that. I think roughly 5 years ago. So yeah, I feel like 8 years is a good time to have a PC for. And then I can, you know, spend some proper money, 2,000 or 3,000 on it in maybe 3 years. Get a decent one, or a good one, and then I can use it for another 8 years again, and be happy with it. Most of the sort of stuff, I guess, not surrounding it, surrounding is the wrong word. The stuff that I use to operate the PC, my mouse, my keyboard, my microphone, it's not really for operating, but you know what I mean. My screens, they are all newer. I replaced them long after a PC. So I'm gonna use them for more than 3 more years. Except for my mouse, because it just broke. I said that before the stream. I guess mice don't live that long, but I used it for a good 6,000 hours. Which, you know, would prefer if it had worked for longer, but seems fine still. Okay, do I have FreeCam? I think I have FreeCam now. I think I installed that mod. Because today I had to reinstall the mods for 1.21.6. Yeah, FreeCam. Toggle FreeCam, F4. Nice. Okay, I have this and this done, and all of this is still missing. That's quite a lot. So honestly, the barrels might take me the rest of the stream. Because I've already spent over an hour on the ones that you can see now. What can you... Or, well, depends on how long I stream, I guess. Maybe I'm not even gonna finish this stream. I don't know. I'll see. Everything looks so good with shaders. Oh, I can't sprint anymore. Gotta get to the bed quick. Nice. No mobs. Awesome. Oh, wait. Okay, how do I get... No, I can't fly back. Still not used to not having rockets. To be fair, I've only not had rockets for the duration of this stream. I started the challenge today. So yeah. That's fair. And after talking non-stop for a little over an hour, I've sort of run out of stuff to talk about right now, I think. I guess this mountain range has to go again. Well, it's not a mountain range, but this was the start of a mountain range, and I designed it for, I don't know, like a week straight in creative, tediously using world edit and stuff. But that's super outdated. I can make something 100 times better with Axiom and some other world generation things, and I'm gonna have to do that, you know, rework it and break all of this, which is probably gonna take quite a while. And I'm not sure if it's worth it. It's probably worth it if I actually reuse the same materials. I forgot I can zoom again. There was a time where I couldn't zoom. It's probably worth it if I actually reuse the same materials that are in here. And some of them I likely will. I don't know yet. I might also change my color palette on it. But that's for future me to worry about. I'm probably gonna first tear down the mountains and then do a ton of other stuff, right? Like, for example, fix this village and then build villages on all these other... I don't remember FreeCam including your inventory. Anyway, and building villages on all these other things, and maybe also changing the landscape of this, because this is terribly boring here. I did it 3 years ago. No, 2.5 years ago. So, yeah. It is what it is. And once all of that is done, then I'll probably do the mountain range. I'll see. As I said, all for future me to worry about. Present me is worrying about talking. Because talking tends to get exhausting when you do it for this much. I've talked for like an hour now, as I said before, and That's fun. I like to just rant on about stuff. But then after like an hour it gets like, oh, talking. You know? Which is where I usually start just vibing to the music. And badly, you know, not singing it, but sort of singing it, I don't know. I don't think that's even the right melody. But yeah, doing that to it. I forgot I had auto crafting things. And it's a little annoying that yeah, but I can't use an actual crafter to automate just making this, right? Thinking about it, it might genuinely be efficient with how many barrels I need. If I'm able to design and build it quickly. But it probably still isn't. Also that sound means I don't think there's any villagers that I have nearby. Oh, but it means that mobs are gonna spawn. What it also does mean is that I can fly around really quickly, which will destroy my frames but be super fun. Like, look at this. Oh my god, that is insane. And I should probably sleep though, because I don't want all those mobs in the air. I think I can sleep here and it's gonna be safely out of render distance. And then I'll have to fly back but be way slower, because there isn't an epic thunderstorm anymore. Oh. Where's the bed? At least one house has a bed in here, I'm pretty sure about that. This one has a creeper in it, I know that, and no bed, so not worth fighting. Also there's 3 creepers apparently. Ah, no, okay, missed it. Barely missed it. Sorry. Oh, come on. Mobs nearby, yeah, they're targeting. Wait, what? You can only sleep at night or during thunder. It was literally just a thunderstorm. What do you mean? But I guess it's gone now, which is fun because I can still enjoy the rain. that was a voice crack, I think. I'm not sure. Yeah, so yeah, I'll take it. Being able to fly around is sick. Was that a cat? Because of the rain, the cat from above looked like a puddle. Does that make sense? Like, I saw it in the corner of my eye and I thought, oh, there's a puddle there. And then I was like, what? That's not a Minecraft thing. Okay, more planks. Ton of planks. And then more slabs. And more barrels. And more planks. Repeat. Da, 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 da. Okay, no more logs. I should probably just craft up a ton more so that I don't have to craft again. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna at least fill this shulker and then get my inventory filled up as well, because I'm pretty sure I need that much, and likely significantly more. Nice. Oh, I don't know, I'm a little tired. To be fair, I said before that I slept super well and not too little. I did actually sleep a little bit too little. I slept like 6.5 hours. So it's not terrible, but not great. Anyway, more planks. Planks and planks. What also makes you tired, obviously, is talking all the time and being live and being like conscious about the stuff, self-conscious about the fact that technically there could be someone listening to you, which is sort of, I guess, the whole point of streaming, but still. By the way, if anyone is watching, you can subscribe. I don't think I've said that today, and I've been live for quite a while, so I think that's fair. I mean, it's not like you'll get a lot of videos I upload. Like, I don't know when I upload anymore, honestly. I'll upload at some point. That's the only thing I'll promise. I'm pretty sure I'll upload at some point. And if you're really lucky, it might be 2025. Seems to me more likely it could be early 2026. Just being realistic here. Also, lots of barrels. Not that much actually, like 3 stacks. But still, not bad. I'm glad that I already got the materials, because this is definitely... I think I would be too tired to be gathering materials right now. If I had to gather materials, I'd just be sitting here and... I know. Watching a video instead. But just crafting and placing... It's more of a mindless task. I mean, to be honest, gathering materials is also relatively mindless. I don't think it's night yet, but it might be, like, might just have turned night. It sort of looks like it. Okay, no, it doesn't. It hasn't. It does, but it hasn't. Anyway, just don't want mobs to spawn here again. That's always a little annoying. Okay. Slab. Oh, that's too much. Nice, that worked out. That was a pretty nice balance. Like a very good slab to plank ratio. I used up almost both of them. So basically, if I fully fill my inventory with planks, or if I filled half of my inventory with planks, and then I turn, and then I make 6 stacks of slabs, that means that I have a good ratio. So now the ratio is a little bit tipped towards planks, because I filled more than half my inventory. And I finished the shulker box. So I'm gonna fill this up. Well, not the entire thing. I'm gonna fill part of this up and then take it into my inventory and go on placing. Here I think we should get a good ratio. I could even do this. Nice. Oh yeah, no, I shouldn't have done that. That was not a smart move. Oh. Okay. That's what I'm doing. Nice. Okay, not that. Okay, no, not that good of a ratio. Also, all my... Wait, I need to show you my keybinds. My keybinds are like all wrong now, right? SRD9 because of my new keyboard layout. But Minecraft apparently does really well here for a game. If you rebind your keyboards, your keys, the thing that you do is actually bound to the location on the keyboard instead of the key itself. And so it automatically changed when I changed my layout, and that's great. I mean, it makes sense because you can play it in a ton of languages, and some different languages have different layouts. For example, the German one is just slightly different, but I'm sure there's a ton of languages that have completely different layouts. And so it makes sense that the game would be programmed that way, but I'm still happy about it. Because sometimes things don't work out that neatly. But they did here. Okay. Planks. I likely will need all of those. Still don't know how to like put everything of one type of item that I have in my inventory somewhere. But what I did now is fast enough. Now let's just, yeah. A little bit more. Oh, it's not gonna quite work out. Nice. Some more, and then some more and more and more, you know. I really like, I'm gonna go back to that with the found in MN video. I don't know how to say that name quickly. Found in MN? Found in MN? Yeah, I think that's as quick as I can go. With his video, The last one I watched was the building his mega base. So the Rivendell inspired thing. I really like that build. It looked so good. Like, it's not finished yet. It doesn't look super detailed finished good. But it looks like I love this concept. I wanna be there. I wanna have that good, you know? So yeah. I don't know. I guess wanted to say that. But every time I watch videos like that, I'm also a little bit tired because I'm like, yeah, I used to have ambitions to do that sort of thing every few months or weeks. And now I'm doing less, and I can maybe do something cool like that once a year if I put all my energy together. And that's a little bit sad, but it is what it is. My life has to change. Okay, wait. I have more space. I can make, I guess, 3. I can sort of just fill this entire shulker as well. And then I'll be basically perfectly set. Is this... yeah, I do actually have this in my library. The song in the background right now. I didn't remember having that one in my stream background music playlist. But apparently I did. Okay. I can basically get 3 stacks of barrels every time I craft with this amount of space and stuff in my inventory. Oh, not even that works out. Come on. But yeah, it makes sense. If I use 3 of these to make 6 stacks of slabs, that's 6 stacks of slabs, and 2 stacks of slabs makes 1 stack of barrel, so 6 divided by 2 is 3. Which means I have to do this 1 more time. And then 3 times 6 is 18. But I have 4 already, so it's 14. Which means I need 4.5 stacks. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. And now I should get the perfect amount of barrels. Unless I miscalculated, in which I will... I did. Apparently. Why did I get 18? Oh yeah, I get 4 per thing, not 3. I divided by 3 instead of by 4. So it should have been 3.5 instead of 4.5 stacks of logs, yeah. Rookie mistake. But I can just... I don't know, put this in here. And this should perfectly fill up my inventory. Okay, I also miscalculated that. That's embarrassing, but I'll take it. Still fills up my inventory well enough. And I believe I wasn't done here. But I can't prove that I wasn't done here. But yeah, I wasn't. Oh wait, yeah. Oh, this is in between. This is not a hallway. This is in between hallways. I also, what I actually wanted to do is quickly look at how my redstone, how I have to build the redstone. Wait, that wasn't the right key. I need to turn off the shaders. And then I can turn on the schematic again. Like, make it visible. No, whatever. Or. So, I have this. I think I can place all of the hoppers. Yeah, that makes sense. Then I can place this row of stone. And this row of stone. Oh, but if I place all of the hoppers, then it will be hard to place... or will it? No, I think if I just run backwards like this, I can place... Or I guess forwards works too. I can place all of the redstone lamps. So yeah, I can place the hoppers. I guess place this. Place the repeaters. Place these 2 lines. And place the redstone dust on top of here. And this here. The redstone lamps. No, redstone torches. And then... place the area up there and put my redstone dust and comparators up there. And then fill my hoppers. I guess that's the order in which I'll go. And that should work. Because sometimes I've had the experience that I, for example, put all the stone down at the start of building a sorter like this. And then I realized, wait, I put all the stone in place already. And now there's this annoying 1 block hole that I have to crawl through to place all of these repeaters. And on a scale of over 1,000 sorters, I think roughly 2,000 honestly, I don't want to have to do that. That seems like it would be insanely annoying. Yeah, now I can turn this off again. Can go single layer again. And just put it all the way down there. And then I can turn shaders back on. And if I'm really motivated and lucky today, then I'll finish the barrels likely and start placing the hoppers. Which is crazy that in a I don't know what that would be, like 6-hour stream. In theory, if I was really motivated, I would literally only place the barrels of my storage system. I guess I could place a lot more if I used the autoplace thing from Latmatica, but that's where I always tend to draw the, or where I always draw the line here, when it comes to like feeling like something is cheating. Hello, the Great Toaster. That is the greatest name I have seen today in chat. And I haven't seen your name before, so hello, glad you found me. I'm just, honestly, placing a ton of barrels for this big sorting system. And by big, I mean, it's gonna fill up this entire hole. And I forgot, but it has a capacity, I think, of roughly like 10 million items. Something like that. So like, I don't know, 180,000 stacks of stuff, or something like that. I really don't know the numbers anymore. I'm just saying high numbers at this point. But it's in the right order of magnitude. I think it always goes to 1 block before the end. And then I have to place moss carpet on top of here. Honestly, the speed symbol here, speed 2, that could just as well be jump boost. And I can do this, which is smart. And nice. I mean smart. I'm acting like I just invented the idea of stacking up to do something. But yeah. That's the level I'm at. I'm really proud of thinking about stacking up. So yeah, if you have any high hopes, the Great Toaster, in case you're still here, this is going to be the rest of the stream, placing a ton of barrels. Something like 90 stacks. But sometimes you just have to place 90 stacks of barrels to then, you know, place like 150 stacks of hoppers. To then place probably even more stacks of cobblestone and a ton of redstone components. To then put like, I don't know, 600 stacks of cobblestone as sorting items into hoppers. To then build some other miscellaneous stuff that's not going to take as long. To then have a functioning sorter. That's the plan anyway. And then it's not even going to be decorated yet. But it should be working. I haven't thought about that yet. Obviously, when the sorter is done, I want to just fly throughout the world. I have probably hundreds of shulker boxes randomly lying around with random stuff in there. That I can just throw into the sorting system and get sorted. But I haven't thought about whether I'll do that as soon as it's functional or as soon as it's decorated. But it probably makes more sense to do that as soon as the entire thing is functional. Because I'm gonna need the items in there to decorate it. I've gathered all the items to make it functional, but none of the items to decorate it. And it's probably gonna be a lot faster to do that when the items are sorted. So yeah. I'll probably do it as soon as it's working on a technical level. Another thing that I want... yeah, I wanted to say something else, but I forgot now. Oh yeah, chunk loaders. I probably want chunk loaders in here, so that the items can continue getting sorted, even if I just come in here, drop them off, and then go do something else in the world. That would be good if that was possible. And I believe I saw that in the video by Fountain MN, where he built a sorting system, that you can just build a ton of, what are they called? Stasis chambers with ender pearls, and that acts as a chunk loader. So I'm gonna have to see where I put those. The problem is sort of that I don't really have any extra space in here. So I guess I'm gonna have to put them above all of this. But in theory my idea was to have like big hallways and then nothing in there. I guess, wait. If I basically So the technical part goes to like something like this height, right? That's where the technical height of this ends, except for back there, that's a little higher, but the entire rest. And then that's as high as this needs to be. And here, if I make like higher archways or something, maybe I'm gonna be as high as this or something, and have like a proper hall. And then in this sort of area in between all of the hallways, there I can put some stasis chambers. In between the arches of the hallways. And that's how I should be able to load the entire thing. Although I don't yet know how many stasis chambers I would need for that. Probably a lot. I'm gonna guess like, I don't know. Like depending on the length of the corridor, probably an average of 3 per corridor. And if I have 10 corridors, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, no, 14 corridors, and it's 3 per corridor, that's 42 stasis chambers. That's quite a lot. So I hope it's not gonna be super insanely laggy. But if it isn't, that would be good. The downside of this is, of course, that stasis chambers are a kind of chunk loader, if they work. I haven't done the proper research yet. But if they work, they're a kind that you can't just turn off. Or you could turn it off, but then you'd need to go and throw an ender pearl into each of them every time again. So that's inconvenient, unless I can dispense an ender pearl and collect a ton of ender pearls and make it, you know, turn offable. And then be able to turn it on again by just triggering a ton of dispensers. And I guess, I don't know if it kills me just activating 42 stasis chambers in a row, or around 40, or if I'll just get teleported into one of them randomly, or the one that's closest to me or whatever, and not get killed. Those are both possible options. Because obviously to deactivate it, I'd have to put like a block there that the ender pearl bounces into to where it's not a stasis chamber anymore because I get teleported there. But I can't do that 42 times in a row because that's literally a machine that kills me. Also, I'm just running around here. What I actually want to do is get an axe to break these things again, and just like get an axe in general instead of a pickaxe. I don't know why I had a pickaxe there, because having an axe is way more useful when placing barrels. So yeah, that's my idea, I guess. Those are the two things I missed before when saying what I need to do to have this be functional. I need to put stasis chambers in there for chunk loading. Or I likely need to, I'm not sure. And I need to put all the blocks here. So like all the blocks that are gonna be sorted into each column so that I actually know where which thing is. Before it's probably properly decorated yet. Now I can continue placing. The music, the background music is always really quiet for me. I'm not sure it's as quiet on the stream. I think it's a little louder there. But I'm not sure either. I really just don't know. I mean, I see how far the desktop audio thing goes. But it's hard to interpret that as a feeling of noise. Also, it's crazy that noise can be painful, like loud to a painful degree, when noise is literally just your brain translating waves. Like, it's insane that your brain... I mean, obviously all pain comes from the brain, so it makes sense biologically. But it's still weird to think about the fact that your brain is just basically giving you information. It's like spying on the world around you, giving you information on how waves are moving, or which kinds of waves and stuff. And then sometimes those waves can be so high in amplitude, I think it's the amplitude, yeah, so high in amplitude that your brain goes like, this should hurt for you. You should have physical pain from this. When it's like Because I don't think your literal ear, I don't think is getting hurt by really loud noise, right? Maybe it is. Maybe I'm wrong. But I don't feel like those waves should actually be something that destroys your ear itself. Like over time it can, but in that moment it's not like it's about to pierce it, you know? Although maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that is what's happening with really loud noise. I'm not sure about it. But if it's just your brain saying, oh, this is loud, I should make this hurt, that's sort of crazy. And you can do nothing about it. Like, it's your body doing it to your body, but your body still can't stop it. I don't know. Sometimes I wish I could just talk to Hank Green. I love to just have a life that's Ask Hank Anything, right? Like, whenever I have a question, he just pops up and is like, ah, I can answer that. I'm like, yep, I don't know why you're following me, but also thanks for answering. Weird. I'm a little bit glad that I'm not being followed by John Green, because I feel like I would be depressed. Like, I would feel more sad about the world. I already feel decently sad about it. And sometimes that's overwhelming. But even though he has probably a more optimistic attitude in general than I have, he just has a lot of an attitude, if that makes sense. Like, he's very preoccupied with considering it much more than I am, and I think I'm already doing that to a maybe potentially not healthy degree. And I would just get more and more reminded of it. I don't know, maybe I'm also just wrong. That might just be the thing he's, I guess, good at, and that's why it's what you see about him online, and it's not actually what he thinks about in real life. I mean, I would certainly guess that it's not what he talks about in real life. I don't think he's going around people and giving them all existential crises. Right, so I was exaggerating anyway there. But I don't know about his thought process. This is weird. I don't know what I'm... It feels like I'm talking about stuff that's not supposed to be talked about. I don't know. Doesn't seem like a normal conversation topic to talk about which kind of person you would like to have around you at all times in order to ask them questions and what would make you depressed about it. But I guess that's where my brain goes. And that's not where that barrel goes. I don't know why US people measure stuff in barrels. Do they? I think barrels is a thing, right? Obviously there's gallons, but I think there's also barrels. Barrels of oil, I believe. Right? Wait, I have to look this up. Barrel of oil. Barrel of oil in liter. Yeah, one oil barrel is 158.9873 liters. Seems like a weird measurement. I mean, it makes sense to a degree that that would develop, but still. Weird measurement. And I would bet that barrels these days have a different size. Something more optimized. This is really pretty. This could be a wallpaper, honestly. I mean, you can't see it, I just opened the screenshot. Could definitely be a wallpaper. Okay, I should go to sleep though. And I think I'm perfectly on time. Nice. So also I sort of ran out of beacons here, if you didn't notice. I have like this crazy good beacon, and then back there I already didn't have as much stuff anymore, so I have like much less crazy good beacon. Also, how much have I finished here? This is pretty decent. But I feel like over half an hour ago I had already done all of this, and then I only did this in more than half an hour. So I feel like this is gonna take a while, because this half is more than this half. Right, there's more long ways, long pathways. Oh, actually though, no, it's probably not gonna take as long, because here I have all chests and not barrels. And here as well. But I do have barrels here and here, so I'm not sure. Maybe it's gonna take about the same time. Certainly gonna take longer if I just spend all the time thinking about how long it might take. When I watch... I don't know how many people cheat when they make like hardcore videos or other survival videos where they do a ton of stuff. But very often when I watch something I'm like, that's crazy. People seem so productive. I feel like if I did the same thing it would take me about 3 times as long, right? But I don't think it's a cheating kind of thing. I have that a lot with like Hermitcraft stuff as well, where I'm like, okay, how can you build this in such a short time frame? How did it not take you 3 times as long? And with Found in MN, I didn't have that feeling today when watching 3 of his videos. Like, he did crazy projects and he was like, yeah, this took like 3 months. And I was like, yeah, that's... I can see that. That's how it would be for me. So I like that. It felt relatable. Although I do still like watching Hermitcraft. I'm gonna have to watch Season 10 soon. I definitely want to watch Mambo's perspective of that. That was terrible placement. I just thought about something that I discussed over an hour ago. I thought about it again. I would genuinely really like to know whether the Ish videos, the civilization video he made, right, like the newest one for example, whether it's in any way economical. Because I said it already, it might get like 30-40 million views. That seems honestly, genuinely realistic, which is already crazy. But it doesn't have any placement or anything in it. So even if he gets like a ton of channel members from it and a ton of other traction, I don't think he's gonna make significantly more than $100,000 from that amount of views. And it has like 80 people that worked on it. So I feel like obviously they didn't all work on it full time, that would be crazy. But they worked on it for 2 years in total. So I feel like the average person out of those 80 people worked probably a few hundred hours, right? Like at least 200. So if it's 80 people and the average person worked for 200 hours, that would be 160,000 hours spent. And if the video, without any placement or anything, gets like makes like a little over $100,000, maybe even if it makes 200,000, that's like $1 per hour spent on it. So I just don't understand how it can be economical. But the best guess I have is that it genuinely isn't, and he just has a different full-time job on the side, and everyone else does as well, and they're doing it because it's sick and they get some money from it after a while, but not nearly enough to warrant the effort. But that also seems like a weird explanation. It seems like it would be hard to have 80 people voluntarily work on something that they know isn't even remotely gonna pay off financially. I guess it happens a lot with a ton of hobby projects, but still, it would be pretty impressive if that's actually the case. And it would also, honestly, it's a bit confusing to me that he didn't get like a placement for the video, because I think that would have been nothing more justified in the world than doing that. And the placement, he could have probably, like, seeing the success of his other civilization videos, they usually get significantly more than 10 million views after a while. So he could have probably, I don't know, it's hard for me to predict, But he could have probably gotten over 1 million for a placement in there. And with 2 hours, I don't know, 40 or something, no one would have been mad if he had done 2 or, I don't know, given 3 placements. There's other channels, I think Fern does 2 placements every video. And those videos aren't remotely as long. So yeah, I don't know. It's really like, I admire it. I admire the... how do you call it? I admire his dedication to the craft and to make it so good that he didn't even want to put a placement in there. I guess it's also possible that he couldn't find anyone that wanted to sponsor it, but that seems unrealistic, right? With that many views and stuff, he would have found someone if he wanted to, I believe. Even someone ethically justifiable, obviously. Obviously, you always find someone who isn't ethically justifiable, but still. Anyway, it might be my favorite thing now. Well, then no, it's not actually. That's not correct. But it's one of the favorite things I know. One of my favorite things now that I know about civilization videos by Ish. Especially Lingolini. I loved him. So sad. Dumb Covenant. And Seneca. That's not like an attack on anyone, obviously they were just playing it. They all did really great. I'm just saying in the story. I'm not mad at Benji in the story because he seemed like... I mean that was crazy, that scene. Him not being able to live with the guild. Oh. I don't know. It's crazy that you can make a Minecraft video like that. I feel like I'm misplacing more and more the more I go on here. And I'm out of water. Been 2 hours. I'm gonna quickly check if anyone messaged me. Okay, people technically did, but nothing important. A friend sent me an Instagram reel, so I would say that can wait. He didn't even send it to me, he sent it into a group that I am a part of, so really don't feel responsible for that. I've not listened to these songs for a few months. I don't actually know the melody anymore. And I'm bad at music, like really bad at music. I talked about that with someone somewhat recently. I feel like there's some people that are good at music and that's great, right? That's awesome for them. And there's some people that are like bad at music and they're bad, you know, they want to sing correctly but they can't sing correctly. It's like, you know, they just don't hit the note correctly. I guess with music I'm talking about singing right now. But I'm on a different level of bad. I am on a level of bad where to myself specifically and exclusively, it doesn't sound like I'm hitting the wrong note. But I know I am, right? Like people have told me that the notes I'm hitting are simply not correct. So I'm not just bad at singing, I'm also so bad at hearing that I myself don't hear that I am bad at singing. Does that make sense? I don't know why I went all the way back here. I still have a ton of barrels. That made no sense to do. I also don't really know how to structure the let's play kind of videos I wanted to make on my second channel, or on TriPixel, I guess on my third channel technically. I don't know, whatever. About this project. Maybe I'm also just not gonna make them. I'll see. I'll figure it out. Maybe next week, potentially. This is pretty fast. I think this is at least twice as fast as I am on average placing this. I just can't keep it up, as you just saw. I mess up too frequently. Easy place would be really handy, but I don't want to do it. I'm stubborn on not doing it. Even now that I don't have much time to do like anything Minecraft related, I'm just too stubborn to do that. Doesn't feel right. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. This part is for this thing's redstone, and this part is for this thing's redstone. I was wondering why there was so much extra space here that didn't go as far, but that actually makes sense. What? Oh no, I thought someone called me, but I misheard it. It was a different kind of irrelevant notification. I remember that when I started streaming, for some reason I thought I had to like hide what I was like, as in if I looked at my phone quickly to see if someone messaged me, I would just not say anything and pretend that didn't happen or something. I don't know. It felt like, honestly, I felt like I was in class and being watched and I like shouldn't be doing it. But now I just say it. Like if I check my phone, I'm just gonna say, yeah, I'm checking my phone for a second. It doesn't feel weird at all anymore. It's like when you've done it more, it's like having a friend and then getting to know them better, right? At the start, you're not comfortable doing everything in front of someone who you're just friends with and don't know as well yet, and then when you've been friends for a while, it starts to matter less and less. I don't know. That's what happened for streaming, I guess. I got more comfortable with it. I could be a decent streamer now. Like at the start of the year, I was streaming a lot. Literally I was streaming every day for at least an hour, and often much longer. If I had kept that up, I bet I would have regularly, like I would have 10 concurrent viewers on average and be able to stream if I had actually continued streaming daily. And I might start, like, you know, already getting monetized. But then again, there's not really much, like, first of all, I'm not regretting that I didn't make that decision, because I don't know if it would have been mentally good for me streaming that much. Because streaming does take a toll on me mentally. I definitely felt that in those few weeks where I streamed daily. And there's very good reasons for why I did other things after January and why I didn't do as much YouTube. It's not just I was lazy or something. But also, even if I had done that and I had gotten monetized and stuff, that really doesn't matter much if my videos don't start popping off, right? Like, it really is pretty irrelevant if you're monetized or not. When you make a video, and if you're lucky and it's good, you get like, well, usually I would get like 500 views, and if you're lucky and it's good, you get like 2,000. The 2,000 is like, I don't know, for my watch time, probably 4 euros. That's for 2-3 weeks of work. It really doesn't matter, right? You have to start getting at least tens of thousands of views, because then the amount of money per view you get also goes up dramatically, because you can actually start getting some people that might donate, and you can potentially start doing placements, and then it goes up from like 2 to 3 euros per 1,000 views to like 20 euros per 1,000 views. So if you have like, I don't know, 50,000 views, then you might actually do 1,000 per video, so that, because you can do all that other stuff. If you get 2,000 views, you can't do any of that other stuff. You're not gonna get any placement or whatever. And even if you were able to do it, it would still be 40 instead of 4 euros. So, you know, 40 or 50 or something. So it's like whatever. And for modern Minecraft videos, you have to get 6 digits, right? At least 100,000 for it to work out in views. As in, like, you know, be able to support your life using that income. And even then, if it's like actually just 100 or 150, and you upload once or twice a month, the way I then would potentially be able to do, that's not. It's like you could do that, but it's risky, right? You might just get unlucky and then you stop getting that much and only 20,000 people watch anymore, and yeah, money gone. So if you really want to like be comfortable, you gotta get a few 100,000 from, I guess, for my style of video, right? At least, I would say at least 300,000 to be comfortable. There you could actually get to like 6,000 per video, and so even if you, I guess 250 would work too, something like that. And then you can actually like comfortably not worry about the future too much, like the immediate future. Anyway, I wanna go to university anyway, because it feels like pretty useful in life to be really good at one specific thing and study it, and also I just really like physics, which is what I want to study. It's better than just happening to get lucky and making money some way that's really fun, but then might not work out anymore, and then you just have to restart. Not like restart, you know, but then I would have to go to university after that with like break years and with like years of break, of taking a break from schooling and stuff. I think that would be awkward as well. I'm just hoping to have fun making videos throughout university now. Hopefully. Oh. Oh, well, it's nothing. Nice, nice. What I also want to eventually incorporate into my builds is build stone, right? The new thing where, well, I don't, yeah, it's relatively new, the general idea that you use redstone to make things move and stuff, just for decorative purposes. So like, for example, a flag that is simulating wind being blown through it. That was a really weird sentence structure, but I forgot. Is it correct to say flag is waving? I don't, that feels incorrect. I think people wave. I don't know if flags wave. Whatever, like a moving flag, right? Stuff like that. A fan, anything else that's moving. Stuff like that. I feel like that's fun in builds. I wanna have that. And also just some general movement, right? I think Peaceful Penguin in his storage system had like a roof, an arched roof, and trapdoors with minecart tracks, and there was a minecart going in circles around there. So for example, in the section that's redstone for me, I might have movement like that. And in other sections maybe also some movement, but like in a correct theme for that hallway in here. I'm gonna have fun with the design, or try to have fun with the design anyway. Okay, where do I start? Here. I think that's gonna be fun doing that. Oh. And tying everything together, obviously, in many years. That's sort of my ultimate goal for the world. I mean, the first big goal is finishing the mega base. And then the second big goal, I guess there's 3 big goals. First big goal, finishing the mega base. Second big goal, decorating the other stuff. Like, decorating my farms and finishing, like, giving a finishing touch to my current starter base and the finishing touch to other stuff that's not finished yet. In the nether as well. And after that, the third big thing is connecting all of it, so that there's actually connected, like, it doesn't all have to be structures. In fact, a lot of it is not gonna be, but that there's actually connected terrain and good looking stuff and landscape things that connect all the different parts of my world. And because I think that's what makes a truly great and fun Minecraft world. Honestly, like what I have right now, or the parts of the server that I am responsible for, they're like good, but they're not great in any way. If it was like only a fifth as much stuff, but it was all properly finished and decorated and connected and just felt immersive. I guess immersiveness is the thing I'm looking for. Then it would be great. Like, it doesn't have to be huge in my opinion, but it should be immersive. Immersive. If it's supposed to be a finished Minecraft thing. And that's what I'm striving to do at some point in the distant future. Okay, I have to place this on top of here. I don't quite know yet how I'm gonna spawn proof. Well, for the redstone it should be easy. There's a redstone everywhere anyway, and I don't think slimes can spawn on a redstone. But like the hallways themselves, I'm gonna have to find creative ways to do that with the building. But that's probably gonna be doable. Also, it's getting pretty warm in this room, which is not a thing I'm that used to anymore when streaming. Because normally I just open the door, but if I open the door now, you'll just hear the entire house. And that's not great. People are gonna be shouting around my social security number and stuff. Actually, wait. I'm close to being done with the barrels. How did this go so fast now? I guess this went really quickly. I don't know. This was quicker than expected. The last part felt so fast. Maybe I was placing it more efficiently. It's also, maybe Christmas Wonder isn't the perfect song for the background, and it feels like it's been playing for a while now. Is it the last song? No, it's not the last song. So I guess it's only been playing for 1 minute and 47 seconds, but it feels like Christmas Wonder has been playing for 10 minutes. Which would only make sense if the shuffle didn't work anymore and it selected itself again and again and was being played on loop. Which is probably not happening. We'll see in like 15 seconds when it's supposed to move on to the next one. Whether I was just like hallucinating it. Yeah, song stopped and... Come on. Yeah, next song. I don't know. I was just like hallucinating the idea that it took that long. I don't know if this or this is faster. If I should go like up and down, or just down, 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 down. Sounds like lyrics from a bad song. Come, what just happened? I think just down is faster. But I can't really... I don't know why, it just feels faster. Technically, it, like logically, it feels like up, down, up, down, up, down should be faster. Because if I just go down, then I'm wasting the time that it takes me to put the cursor back up and then go down again. And if I just go down, up, and stuff, it's... I'm not wasting any time really. But I guess when I go down... No, that was not good. I guess when I go down and up, then I have to remove my cursor from here to this side and then go up, which takes most of the time. And if I just go down, then I'm also removing it from this side to this side in general, but I'm also moving up in the meantime, so perhaps the majority of the time is spent moving my cursor from here to here, but doing this motion instead of this motion makes it feel faster because this is very few distance in the same amount of time. That is my theory right now. It's almost the same speed, but this feels faster. That's what I'm gonna go with. Also in like half an hour I will have earned my first debris, because every 3 hours I spend playing without using any rockets, Aurora promised to give out 1 debris in her minigame, right? In the Zero Rocket game. That's why my trident is called Zero Rocket. She gave that out to all participants, which is really nice. And if I play 15 hours, then I can keep the trident, which I guess should be my goal to do before the end of September. Wait, if I stream today and then the next 2 Sundays as well, then I have 2 more streams. So for example, if I do 4 hours today, then I would have to do an average of 5.5 over the next 2 Sundays. That seems reasonable, to at least get the trident. Yeah, sounds good. So don't miss the next 2 streams is the objective right now. I wish I could remember, I wish I remembered off the top of my head how wide the hallways are, because that would be useful now. Where are slimes spawning? Oh, back there. Yeah, that makes sense. And here? Ah, this is a slime chunk. Didn't fully prove that. I'm gonna have to take a very quick break. You're gonna see the quick break screen, because I need to go to the toilet. I'm gonna be back in like a minute. See ya. Actually, I'll leave the music on for you and turn it up. I think this is good. Maybe it's a little bit too much. This is probably good. See ya. I have returned. I'll turn the music down again. I hope the volume was fine in case anyone was listening. Should be seeing my game again in a second. And yeah, I guess I thought about how long I'll continue to stream for. And I am craving nutrition, so I'll probably eat. And I'm thinking I'll probably stream for another 2 hours roughly, maybe 2.5. And then go eat, because then it will be like 8:30 or 9 PM. And then I can comfortably go to sleep and go to work tomorrow. Because tomorrow is a Monday, so gotta get up early. Yeah, that's the plan now. 2 hours seems pretty reasonable. Will give me time to place quite a few hoppers, but likely not all of them. Or almost certainly not all of them. Definitely gives me way more time than I need for finishing the barrels. That's gonna be maybe 20 more minutes. Although I'm not sure, maybe I won't do the hoppers, maybe I'll do the chests. I should probably do the hoppers. I think I should finish all of the barrel normal system parts first. And then go on to do chests in the bulk storage and stuff like that. And build the shulker box unloader and all of those things. I also really hope I didn't miss any like random important component that has to go like 2 blocks below the floor. Or like 1 block below the floor instead of at floor level. Because I think everything important is only like 1 block lower. Like some important things are 1 block lower than the lowest barrel at floor level. But I might have just randomly missed some kind of block. Although I guess I could still destroy the bedrock. And that wouldn't be a problem. So unless I've missed something that's 2 blocks too far down, I should like not be screwed completely. It could still be annoying though if I've already built up everything around it and then I realize, oh, I need to destroy the bedrock here and it's gonna be a huge explosion. I had that happen when I built my villager trading hall. Just like already finished it and then I wanted to destroy the bedrock underneath it to fit a big beacon in there. And I blew it up. And there was like, I first encased it in a solid block of obsidian and thought like, yeah, explosions can't get outside of obsidian. And blew it up in there. And for somehow it still exploded stuff outside the obsidian and killed a few of my villagers and destroyed a small part of the trading hall. It wasn't much, luckily, but it still took, I don't know, an hour to fix. That was really annoying. Also, it was, what, 1.5 years ago? That's insane. My trading hall was 1.5 years ago. How is that like possible? Like, how does that humanly make sense? It feels like it was not yesterday, but like, it feels like, yeah, I did that last month. To some degree, you know? I don't know. Also, this song is good. Night on the Town is its name. Man, I am really hungry. But I'm not gonna go and eat some dumb stuff while streaming. I ate enough unhealthy stuff over the last few days and weeks, which I normally don't tend to do. I tend to eat pretty healthily, but not as of recently, so wanna go back to that and eat something proper later when I'm done. Oh yeah, I forgot I have to put moss carpets here. That was what I was gonna do. And then I left and forgot about it. It's my... oh yeah. No, there's my bed. And my shulker. Those are both like... item... oh, I'm so dumb. I already had moss. Those are both items that despawn. Like, visually despawn that you can't see anymore when you're far away. So just, yeah, look. It just becomes invisible. I think I saw a video once of someone building an invisible floating island that you can only see when you're close up because it was built completely out of different colors of shulker boxes. That was a fun project. I wonder if he did include a bed or not, because that's something that you could do with something like that. Okay. I'm just gonna have to do that. Yeah, nice, filled up the trunk. Nah, I don't actually have to kill these guys, they can't hurt me anymore. And they'll despawn as soon as I leave. So it's all good. I might be relatively on point with the amount of barrels I made. Like, this feels like the adequate amount to finish off this and this. Might even be a little bit too much. I hope it's not too much, so that I then don't have those resources for other things that I need. But it should be fine. I'd rather have it be a little too little so that I can then craft it exactly. But probably isn't. No, it definitely feels like it would be more than I need instead of less than I need. I love Drunken Sailor, such a good song. I don't know why. I've known it for, what, 4 years and still love the vibe. Doesn't get old. Oh, I know, completely offbeat. And off everything else. But I like it, I think you get the point. Oh my god. What I don't like is misplacing. Almost done. Still got quite a lot left. Would probably pay off to do this. Yeah, I'll definitely be there faster than if I just walked. Oh, that's a cat. That's the same cat as before. It's Chelly, right? Wait, please tell me Chelly is the name. I really hope I got the name of Scar's cat right. Oh, poor Chelly. Rest in peace. Everyone loves Chelly. My two favorite people. Like Technoblade first, Chelly second. People is stretching it, but you know. It's fine. Technoblade can be considered a person. You don't have to say God. Ah, what is this? I don't have any aim. My aim's certainly not good enough for any PvP or any shooter games or anything like that. But my aim's not even good enough for placing blocks. I have to do like a back workout again. My back is hurting now. Haven't had that in a while because I used like over the last few months I tended to do decent workouts and like, you know, to fix my back. But I haven't done that over the last month. I think I'm gonna have 1 stack and 17 barrels left over. No, that's not possible. No, 1 stack and 16 barrels left over. That's my guess. Exactly 80 barrels too much. Ah. I know that's a possible number. Because if I always placed multiples of 3, I would know that I would have something that's 40 minus some multiple of 3 left over, if there's something left over. But since there's 1 already placed there, it's actually 40 minus a multiple of 3 plus 1. Wait, what? Oh no, a stack isn't a multiple of 3 though, right? But 3 stacks are a multiple of 3, obviously. So now I'm at 16, and 15 would be the one that makes sense. 15 or 18. I'm gonna go with 15. It's gonna be 79 barrels left over. Stacking 15. Although regardless of what numbers are possible, and are multiples of 3 minus 1, that might just like be wrong. Or is it wrong? Yeah, it's probably wrong. Feels like this is too much for it to be correct. And that's nice. As I said, I don't want to have anything left over really. And at this point I'm just making up stuff to talk about. Like the fact that once again I like Axolotl Paradise as a song. Da -da -da -da. Really happy. A lot of the Lottie Whitney songs, they're not like sad, but they are sort of melancholic, right? They're not happy songs. But this one is a happy one. Da -da -da -da. Da -da -da -da. I could also should I do some Minecraft music? I'm gonna do some Minecraft music and see what happens instead of the normal background music. Just wanna try it out because they have this like new feature, right, with frequency. So I'm gonna, yeah, oh, constant. Yeah, I want constant. And my PC is so loud. Can you hear that? Nice. Oh, this is nostalgia because this is one of the old ones. I might do this for every stream from now on. This might be better than my playlist. The peaceful sound of slaying animals. I was gonna say innocent, they're not really innocent, they attack you. I feel like you shouldn't be automatically hostile towards any human if you want to be considered innocent. Also, it's really weird in Parasocial that there's this feature called Top Fans right now, where you gather XP in my chat, and depending on that, you get like assigned how much of a fan you are. You can try to become top 3. That seems really bad in Parasocial. Like, parasocial relationships is something that we have a problem with, just like societally. Not the biggest one we have, by far, but it is one we have. That feels like it's fueling it. Not for me specifically, no one is parasocially connected to me. There's one person who potentially was at some point, and now they're like just actually connected. It's like a social connection instead of a parasocial connection. Because, you know, I just talked to them. We became friends, basically, is what I'm saying, basically. But for like big streamers and stuff, I don't know if this is a good thing. Or I'm pretty sure this is not a good thing. And also it's pretty funny because today 3 people have chatted and now I have top 3 fans, which is just the only 3 people that have bothered to interact. And that's already... Okay, yeah, I'm not missing anything. In fact, I had too few barrels, which is good news, but also I was bad at estimating. What I wanted to say is, I'm still surprised that 3 people even were here for chatting. In not that much time. I didn't stream for that long in the grand scheme of things. I've had like 12-hour streams. My longest one was 12 hours. And some others that were like 6, 7, 8 hours. Where there certainly weren't that many people in the first 2 ones. Don't want to use that wood. I'm not sure if that's like something I might need for something else. I'm just gonna use this wood. Oh wait, I should have looked at how much more stuff I need. It's like 1, 2, 3... Wait. I can do this better. Targeted block 79. This block is 28. So it's 21 plus 28 is 49. 49 times 3 is 147, minus 2 is 145, minus 128 is 17, so it's 2 stacks and 17 that I need. 2 stacks and 17 is 4 stacks and 44 in terms of slabs. So yeah, I can use 2 stacks and 17 planks to make that. But that's not a number that works, so I need to use 18 planks. Actually, no, that's wrong. 19 planks, 2 stacks and 19, because a stack is not a multiple of 3. And then it's like... Wait. 2 times 6? 12 stacks. 12 stacks and 17 times 6 is like... It's like 100, so it's 14 stacks. It's 14 stacks and 36 of planks. And if I have 1 stack 45 already, 13 stacks and 36. So it's 13 stacks, 12 stacks. It's around 12 stacks. So around 3 logs, because 3 times 4 is 12. But this is 9 too many, so 2 less. I hope my math is correct on everything. Honestly, like in primary school, I definitely like spent more than 50% of the calculations that I made in my life in primary school. Okay, that was already wrong because I have too many slabs left over. No, it might not have been because I needed to craft a correct amount of slabs. Oh yeah, I got to 16 instead of 17 because there was 1 too little of these. It was incorrect. What I wanted to say is, in my time in primary school, so from like 6 to 10 years old, I think more than half of the time that I spent calculating in my head was for Minecraft, potentially. I might be wrong here, but I could definitely imagine that being true. Like, I would be like, if someone claimed that was true, I would be like, yeah, makes sense. I can see that being true. Also, the music might be a little bit too loud. Just go back to master volume of 30. No, and honestly, music volume of like 60. Really, it depends on the song to a degree. I mean, this is still much louder than what I had for my background music before. Maybe I wanna do it, turn it to 50. But I think that's okay because I enjoy this more now. This is new. Not new, it's old. It's specifically old and nostalgic, but it's also new in a way because I don't usually do it. I am almost done. I hope this works out and I'm not like one barrel short. Although I could definitely imagine being one barrel short if I like miscalculated by 1 row or something. Okay, I'm gonna be like a few barrels short. How did this happen? Why is there 4 more that I need to make? 4 means 8 slabs. So I need 12 slabs. And then 4 means 24 planks. Which, if there's still 6 left over, means 18 planks. Which means 20 planks, so 5 more logs. I hope at least that calculation is correct. I feel like most of the mistakes here were due to rounding errors, probably. Why did I say 5 more logs and then take 1? That makes very little sense. Four barrels. At least that was correct. Why is this not a full stack? I don't like that. This is better. Okay. Oh, it takes an annoying amount of time to just walk there. When you have an elytra, you basically always fly, or at least I play that way, right? When I have an elytra and I have to get like 10 blocks to the side, I will fly. Because I will save myself 1 second. So yeah, this is a little annoying for me. I don't know if I'm gonna prioritize speed in my hallways, considering especially what I just said, that I usually, you know, use my elytra for everything to be very quick anyway. Because I could do the popular thing where I put like soul soil down here and then I can use soul speed and be fast. But I don't feel the need to be faster than like normal speed 2 beacons. When I can just fly for anything that's more than a few blocks. Or when I don't need to specifically look at what's next to me, because that's what you sort of need to do in the storage sometimes. See where exactly the item you're looking for is. Okay, placed all the barrels. Now I need to place hoppers. Oh, I don't have hoppers yet. I have a lot of logs still to make chests for hoppers. And I think I have a lot of iron as well. I certainly have a lot of poppies from my iron farm. But I am hoping that I also have a lot of iron. This used to be filled with dirt, I think, until I moved the dirt. Oh no, some of it is still filled with dirt. Why did I not move that part? I do not know. Is any of this... I think these are all empty. These used to contain what's in here now. This has iron, but certainly not enough. Where is the iron? Oh, here! I found some iron. And some hoppers as well. Not enough, but some. I'm just gonna start with all of these. Okay. Doesn't work anymore. Forgot about that. Well, like with my mod. How high do I need to place them? Okay. Fortunately, gotta ruin the vibe by turning off shaders. And then, you know, saying all. And it needs to be this Oh, that was already... I need a pickaxe. Now I'm not dealing with barrels anymore, I need a pickaxe. This looks good. Oh yeah, that's in here. At least I know that hoppers still work. So this. And then the thing is, I have to do this, right? Where I place it in this direction. That's really annoying. But I think that's easier to do when I already have the comparators in place. And then I obviously have to do the line above here, which I will, of course, do after that, because everything else doesn't make much sense in any other order of operations. So I will just do the 3 behind here now, instead of doing any of the ones above, any of the 2 rows above. And before that, I'll go and sleep. That was... I forgot to activate my elytra. So I just flew terribly. Hope the mobs have all despawned. Otherwise I'll need to make them despawn. Looks like they have. Would be really annoying though to find like a random creeper somewhere hidden. But I'm gonna assume that's not gonna happen. This is a lot faster because I can just look at it. Like I still need to sneak the way I had to before, which is a little annoying. But I don't need to place anything on the side and care about the orientation. I just need to care about the side of the block I look at. And since there's only one side that I can look at, it's gonna be pretty easy. Also, side note, barrels look really sick from the side. Literal side note, actually, now that I think about it. There's a note about the side, get it? Whatever. Like, this is a good texture to use for building. I like this. I already remember, I remember seeing that in a video a few years ago that someone said, yeah, it's a good thing to use. I don't think I've ever actually properly done it, but someday I will. I guess that's the annoying part. If I misplace something and I have to break it, then I can't just pick it up. Oh. I have to break it and look into the correct barrel. Potentially even look into a few barrels because something might fly to the side or something. Although it doesn't tend to do that, it's usually just a barrel of that same column where I broke something. Oh, that was a mistake. And I don't have an X anymore. When I'm done with this like row, then I'm gonna check my playtime and see if I've already done the 3 hours, because I should have, but there should be a way to prove as well. Yeah, I should be able, like I took a screenshot beforehand so that Aurora can check if I actually used rockets or not in the time that I'm claiming I didn't. And if I look at the screenshot of my playtime beforehand and then after, and I need to turn 3 hours into whatever percentage of the day that is, I can see if that much more of a day has passed since making that screenshot earlier today. So I guess I have to do 100, no, well, or 1 over 24 times 3, but in my head it's much easier to do 100 over 24 times 3. And 100 over 24 is roughly 4, of course, but it's not exactly 4, right? It's more like 4.1, like 4.1, yeah, it's 4.16 periodic. Like 4.1666666 and so on. The devil's number. And that times 3 basically means that I'm gonna end up with a 5. So it's like 12.5. But I can't measure 12.5, like, well, 12.5 is measurable, 12.5 days, but, you know, these are the percentage points of a day. I can't measure 12.5% of a day, because it only goes 2 decimal points back, so I can have something 0.12 or something 0.13, but not something 0.125. Not that many decimal places in the settings. So I have to basically have 13 in order to prove that 3 hours did pass. Which means... Wait, let me quickly do that. In the pre... Oh yeah, it isn't Minecraft. I'm dumb. I forgot that I made that dumb joke on the thumbnail. Wait, weird. I just accidentally opened a message where it now doesn't say that I haven't read it anymore, because I've technically read it, but I haven't actually read it, so I'll never read it because I'll forget that it exists. But where's the rocket stats thing in our Discord? Here. 0 rocket stats. My playtime is 89.76 days on the screenshot. So it has to be 0.13 more, which means 89.89 days. That's a nice number. If I scroll down, I'm not quite there yet, 89.88 days. So when this ticks to a 9, then I'll know for certain that I've passed 3 hours and I will have earned 1 debris. And for the 15 hours, I guess I need to be 5 times that, so it's 14 times 5. No, it's 12.5 times 5. Which basically, you know, it's like 25 times 3 minus 12.5, which is 62.5, so it's 63. So 76 plus 63 means that's 49, like 149. I think that's 90.49, where I'm gonna be allowed to keep the trident and stuff. Also, I'm not allowed to AFK in that time, but I don't really need anything that I need to AFK for in August, likely, so that shouldn't be a problem. Likely not an issue. Oh no, I placed this incorrectly. I really hope that I placed everything else correctly, because I'm doing it pretty quickly. And the thing is, if I place something like so that it looks downwards, it's very easy to spot. But if I place something looking to the side, then from here I can't really spot it. Right? But from behind I can still spot it. I can see if it's correct or not from the behind, no matter which type of incorrect it might be. What? Okay, whatever. I got, like, my Streamlabs thing gave me a notification saying to unmute my mic, and my mic is unmuted. I don't know. I think it gave me that before while it was muted, but like seems weird to me that I would immediately get a notification. I guess it does happen by accident sometimes to just mute your mic. Oh, this is a problem. I'm gonna have to move these shulkers and these shulkers. Because if I put hoppers here, then I'm gonna take everything out of the shulkers and put it in here, and I don't want that. So yeah, I'll have to break all of this and move it away. And same here. I mean, here it's like literally in the way. It's not even about picking something up, it's just I need to put hoppers there. And I guess I will... No, that doesn't work. Because then I won't be able to open the next one. Oh, I need to place temporary blocks underneath it. But I can't use hoppers because that won't work. I also have a half a stack of ancient debris in my inventory still because I went to the shopping district earlier today. And some people bought stuff from me. At some point. Oh no, that was my plan. Okay, this should work. So basically place cobblestone, then place shulkers on top, break cobblestone. That's the plan. Okay, okay. I can go here. Destroy all this. Not destroy, like... why did I say destroy it? I'm not destroying anything. Place all this. Can mobs spawn on top of hoppers? I hope not. It would be really annoying if slimes started spawning here. But I don't think slimes can spawn here anyway, because the block next to it has carpet on it. Right. Let's see. It's weird anyway that they can spawn like when the blocks... when there's a one block wide straight line and next to this air, then they can spawn. But if it's like a one block straight line and the blocks next to it are like other normal not air blocks, then nothing can spawn on this line, even if it is not proven. Right? Like here in this line, nothing can spawn. It's proof. But if like this was a slime chunk, then something could spawn for some reason. I guess it's because they need like... they don't need to have their entire hitbox being a solid block, then just need part of their hitbox on a solid block. So if this sticks out next to it, there's no space for the hitbox to exist, because this is higher, but here this is lower, so they can just have part of their hitbox here and part in the air, and that's fine. I just said something, I just explained it to myself. I don't know. I asked a dumb question and then gave myself the correct. I don't know why that happened. I genuinely didn't understand until I voiced my predicament out loud. See, I can do fancy words. That doesn't make the sentences any better, but still, I can do fancy words. And I need to quickly go and sleep. Probably too late. It's too late. I need to fly somewhere else and sleep there and let stuff despawn here, and that's gonna be better. I keep for like every now and then I forget for a second that this is actually Minecraft music. They added a lot of tracks, right? With the update where they changed how you can configure music and stuff, I think they also added a lot of tracks. I definitely haven't heard a lot of those yet. Although then again, I like don't usually play with music. This might be the first time in like ages. Last time I played with music was probably a year ago, when playing some half-hearted hardcore. I played with music there for a while, but that's about it. Okay, now I can break all the cobblestone. I hope I'm gonna get back to a stack. I am not sure though. I think... oh no, I am. I am gonna get back to a stack. The cobblestone was like somewhere in here. Here. Nice. I've also not used the wind charges yet. I feel like I just don't think of it when I need them, because there's definitely potential to use them to move around more easily. Well, yeah, that's how I can basically fill up these holes. I can just use wind charges to get over here. Yeah. You know, I have these holes here. I'm gonna clean this up now. Why do I have one barrel? Did I break a barrel somewhere? I might have. I'll probably not figure it out. I'll only figure it out once the entire thing is completed and I realize that the barrel is missing, and then I can place it. That's gonna be fine. Okay, I need to craft 3 more though. Wait. Oh yeah, here. Yeah, right. This row was here, so it's not this row. It's this row now. 3 more barrels. Which means 6 slabs. Which means I just need to craft 1 more bunch of slabs. And then it means 18. Planks. Nice. Music is gone now. Probably just one fading in. Oh yeah, I can hear it. Nice. Where I'm probably I want to put my wind charges next to this. Yeah, this is working great. This is perfect. Do I get 4 damage if I just go up? I think I do. I don't actually. Does the wind charge give you a small amount of time where you don't get 4 damage or you get less 4 damage? If so, I didn't know about it. And also, if so, it's a really good feature. I mean, like, obviously the wind charge is a good feature, but also the 4 damage thing specifically would be a good feature. And is, if it's true. If it exists. I'm now having second thoughts about whether it's smart to leave a hole here. I think it is, I think it's fine. Doesn't matter much in the grand scheme of things. Oh. It's really interesting how streams like work in terms of audience. It seems pretty random, right? Some streams like today I get like very few people watching right at the start, like that's basically all streams. No, by very few I mean 0. 0 people are watching right at the start, and then at some point someone joins in. And then sometimes like today more people join in, and at some point it peaks at, for example, 4 today. And then slowly goes down again, and then someone comes back, and there are people for a while, and then after like 2 hours, it's 0 again, and no one comes back for the rest of the stream. Or I guess no one else comes here for the rest of the stream. And on some streams, I'll have like the first 2 hours have way less happen, and then, you know, after like hour 3, hour 4, or on longer streams I've even had it after hour 6 or 7, more people start coming in. So it's really, it seems somewhat random whether the first half or the second half or whichever part of it gains more traction. I'm sure there's some system to it for YouTube itself, and also for when people are awake and when people watch which stuff and so on and so on. But I can't seem to predict it. It's certainly not entirely dependent on stream length. It's not like at the start YouTube starts pushing it and then if you are longer, if you're there for longer, it stops. It's dependent on other and different factors. And I need, oh, I have food. I don't need to get extra food. Nice. I should have just left this in the hotbar anyway. I don't know why. Well, I know why I removed it. I wanted to craft some stuff. No, I actually don't know anymore. I know there was a reason that I removed it. That's what I can remember. I didn't do it by accident. But I should have put my carrot back into the hotbar. Okay, let's place this first because it's a little bit annoying. Nice. Everything looking good. I'm sure I'm gonna misplace at least one of these and realize at some point, but that's gonna be fine. Actually, I might realize pretty early in the building process because I can like turn on Lightmatica and see if the blocks are correct. Although it says this is incorrect because it is Oh yeah, because it's not enabled here, but once the torch is in there, then it will say it's correct. Unless it is oriented incorrectly, in which case it will say it's not correct. Can turn that off again. Nice. And place more back here. Rick! Hey! I'm live again. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good today. Not great, but pretty good. How are you doing? Glad to see you again. And I'm sure it's not to your surprise, I forgot again which person you are in the Discord, but I think you're Walt, right? And I also forgot how that name was correct and how it was incorrect. I just remember that I used to say it incorrectly. But I think it's Walt. You might be Nintiabo too. I might be, yeah. You know, the Belgians. You never know with them. Would be really embarrassing now if you two aren't even Belgian. I'm sure I'll find out. Yeah, I assume you haven't seen this. I made... oh no, that's not what I wanted to press. I made some pretty decent progress, right? Built this entire hole here and then now placed all the barrels and now I'm placing all the hoppers. And it's slowly gonna become... You're an Nintiabo, lol. Oh. Damn it. I don't know. You're doing very well, that's awesome, that's awesome. By the way, are you the one who built the yacht in the shopping district? Because that looks awesome. Might have also been someone else, like, I know names off the top of my head. Like Sinuous, it might have been Sinuous as well. That's my, like, that's what I think is most likely, but it could have also been you. I don't really know. You know the yacht I'm talking about? The ship? Yacht. Yacht. Is it just yacht in British, or is it yacht? Is it always yacht, or can you say yacht? Yacht? Yacht. Slim Chi. Interesting. I didn't expect it to have been Slim Chi. Nice progress. Thanks. I need to get more hoppers now. My supplies have been diminished. Which means, first of all, making a ton of chests. Wait, I just realized that I was crafting really badly before, but I'm not sure it was him. Yeah, I'm also not sure about it, as you know, as you found out. Okay, I don't know how to use item scroller properly anymore, but this is almost proper. What? Okay, maybe it's not. I still remember that. Ah, I know what went wrong. I understand now. Wait. I don't know what I'm doing, in case it's not obvious. I really don't know what I'm doing. Okay, now I need to make a ton of chests. Are those pre-saved? Yes. Nice. Then I can get more, and make more. And get more, and make more. And get more, and make more. Get more, and make more one last time, that's it. And all of those chests made from all of those planks and all of those logs aren't even that much. That's not even, like, that's maybe 10% in the grand scheme of things. Of what I need in total. Are you participating in the Noah Elytra challenge, Nintiabo? I don't remember. There were a few names there. I don't remember if I saw yours or not. Because I'm part of that. Also, it just occurred to me that I should have maybe taken all of the wind charges and... well, ender pearls, I don't think I'll really need those much. But taking all of the wind charges with me and put them into my ender chest. Because, you know, we got a bunch of wind charges for the challenge by Aurora. And I just took one stack and left the rest in my normal in my chest there. And it would be way more accessible if I had taken all of it with me. But this is really nice for movement, when you get used to it. Like for jumping over things, specifically for this project. I also don't need planks or slabs. Oh! Now I know how to grab the entire thing of one kind again. Whatever. I'm just gonna have to use less logs at a time in the future. And then I'm gonna be fine. Like for the next time crafting is what I mean by in the future. One more time, I think. Maybe actually two more times. No, one more time. Good. Nice, I can reach it from here. Didn't join because I'm just not playing right now. It's vacation. Always doing fun stuff. We'll be playing again when school is back. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I joined in today, which is 3 weeks late. Yeah. Yeah, exactly 3 weeks late. I think she started it 3 weeks ago. But I'm hoping to hit roughly the 15 hours of playtime I need so that I can get this trident for free. That would be really nice. And I would get 5 debris, which is a fun bonus. But the trident is definitely more important. It's worth more than 5 debris. I'm pretty sure I would pay way more if I wanted to buy a trident from someone. And I already had a trident like that. Is it? No, I didn't buy it from you. I think I bought it from someone else. Might have been you though, potentially. And then I lost it. Okay. I should maybe put this like here so that I can cleanly fill a shulker. And start with the next one. I can at least craft 2 shulkers worth of chests. I definitely know that I will need that many hoppers. And I also know that pretty likely it will be way more. How many hoppers have I already placed? I think like 15 stacks maybe? Wait, let's see. Load. Full system. I don't know why it's so laggy when, like, how can it be this laggy to just open a list? I guess it's doing the same process that it would when loading the entire thing, and that makes sense why that would be laggy. It's 162 stacks. So even if I've placed 20 stacks, let's just assume to be safe I've already placed a shulker. I've placed 30 stacks. That's 142. So it's like 5 more shulkers. Yeah, I need 5 shulkers of hoppers. That's crazy. Gonna take me a while to craft. Especially since I'm crafting it very inefficiently because I can't quite use item scroller perfectly anymore. Although that was just pretty fast. Do you see that? Took me like 3 seconds to make those. How many? I think 8 stacks works. Okay, 8 stacks is a little too much. 7 stacks. How many items is it going to hold? Does it have every item or just most of them? It has every item, except it's missing like the very newest item. I think it has every 1.21 item. And then the things that are like 1.21 dot something are not in there yet. But it has a whole way for adding items that are added in updates after it was designed. Which means I will just add those items there. And that whole way is like has a capacity for like 300 extra items to be added, so not like ages, but quite a while. Until I need to think about something else to do the rest of the stuff. And I think the total capacity, I always estimated it at 10 million. I calculated it at some point and forgot the number again, so my current estimate is 10 million, but I might want to calculate a rough number again. I don't know if the estimate should include the number theoretically being able to be held in hoppers. I don't think I'm gonna count that. But if I have just... wait, let's see. Let's take just the number of barrels and chests. And then I will be able to tell you roughly. I will need a calculator for that though. Okay, 5,770 barrels and 758 chests. 5,770, 6,770, 6,570, 6,520, 6,528. It's in total 6,528 times 1,728, which is the amount of items that one chest can hold or one barrel. That's 11,280,000 is the rough capacity. And theoretically, behind each barrel and behind each behind each barrel and each chest, there is also one hopper that's there to fill them up, and that could also be filled in theory. So you can actually add another 33%. So you can do like times 1.3333 and a ton of that. And that's 15 million. So the absolute maximum capacity is pretty much exactly 15 million. It's 15,040,000. That is a crazy amount. Although maybe let's say exactly 15 million, because it's probably not the 40,000 anymore, because there's like, you know, a shulker box unloading system somewhere back there, and that probably contains a few of those components that I just calculated as part of the capacity. So yeah, 15 million items, which is what, like 250,000 stacks? If it's also stacks, yeah, 245,000 stacks of stuff. If I remember correctly, when I mined dirt for 24 hours straight, like literally straight, I got like 500,000 dirt. So I could mine dirt for 720 hours straight, and that would fill up all the chests. To like put it into perspective. I forgot, yeah, I was crafting chests. Got a little carried away there. I like numbers, in case it's not obvious. I feel like my laptop would break if I ever go there. No, I don't think it's actually that laggy, because it's just normal normal hoppers. And I think the hopper thing where they are really laggy is like fixed, that problem in the game. So they're not particularly laggy, not laggier than any other normal redstone component. So it's just a lot of hoppers, and then the barrels actually also make it much less laggy than if it was all chests. Because, as I said, it's 5,700 something barrels and only like 700 chests, which is like the bulk storage back there, that's chests. And the barrels are full blocks, so they're not entities if you have to render them. That makes it much less laggy. And there's no water stream, so there's no like items flowing around. It's actually all items in hoppers. And then like the only other component is the shulker box unloading system. So it should actually be pretty efficient. Like, I think this creates less lag than, I don't know, like a normal spawn or mob farm, you know what I mean? Because it doesn't have entities or anything. I think this is actually really efficient in that case. What might create lag is that I probably have to make chunk loaders, and apparently in the newest version you can build stasis chambers to work as chunk loaders. And then there's gonna be a bunch of... Oh nice. That's perfect for the challenge I'm doing right now. And then there's gonna be a bunch of... you know, a bunch of ender pearls in stasis chambers flying around being connected to me, and that might be slightly laggy. Although I'm not sure how laggy it is for other players that aren't the ones, you know, that the ender pearls are responsible for. Not sure how that works. Thought it was all chests. No. It's actually, as I said, it's like the bulk storage has a bunch of chests. That's like 700 chests. You know, where I have... The bulk storage is actually really cool. It has... what do you call them? Redstone lamps next to all of the pillars of chests that tell you how filled up any one thing is. So I like that. And it's for like things that I will have a ton of. You know, gunpowder, cobblestone, stone, dirt, grass, gravel probably, obsidian because of the pillars and stuff. Yeah. Golden carrots, I think there's one slot for that. And it's like 7 or 8 double chests stacked on top of each other with the like display of the light next to it to see how far it goes. And for some there's actually a crazy amount of bulk storage, right? I think I have like 6 of those columns of 8 double chests of bulk storage just for cobblestone. Because I'll just have a ton of cobblestone. And I know that's not really efficient, I could like put it into shulker boxes, but I wanted to be able to be sorted automatically. And I also like, you know, seeing how much stuff I have. I like it being presented visually. I might still, for some stuff like cobblestone, where you can just have insane amounts, I might still have to put shulkers in there at some point. Okay. What type of building is going over it? So, it's actually gonna be an interior only building. Like, I'm gonna decorate the interior, of course, right, where you walk around in. But then for the exterior, this is all like these mountains. These are ugly. I made them and now I realize they are ugly, so I have to tear them down and build better and prettier mountain ranges here, or one mountain range that goes around here. And then in the middle there's a landscape, and in the middle of that landscape, so like here, there's gonna be a volcano, and you know, huge volcano, I don't know, 100 blocks high or something, hopefully gonna look epic. And then you can fly into the volcano through the lava, and like under the lava, obviously it's gonna be the lava water trick. Under the lava there's gonna be water, and then under the water is gonna be the storage system, right? It's gonna be a landscape, a volcano above it, you fly into the volcano, like through the volcano, and then you land on the inside of this storage. So you can only ever see it from the inside, if that makes sense, because from the outside it's covered up by landscape that's on top of here. And I'm actually, like, this is gonna probably take a few years to complete, but I'm looking forward to it being completed. Like, really looking forward to that. And I think the idea is sick, honestly. I'm really proud of it. I also, embarrassingly, I like gestured a bunch with my hands when explaining this, even though obviously you can't see me. Just realized that that didn't make much sense to do. I guess it helped me visualize it for myself. Thought I just activated free cam, but apparently I didn't. How many? I said I need 5 shulkers, right? Damn. I'm gonna have to craft some more. Like, a lot more. I think this is more efficient. I'm gonna do this, right? Always go grab 7 stacks. Turn it all into this and drop it all. Repeat. I can't do it too often because I'm gonna, you know, it's gonna despawn, but I can do it a few times. I'm gonna do it 2 more times. And also it's gonna get pretty laggy if I do it for all the chests that I need. Gotta do it in a few batches. I'm really glad that I share the responsibility of like, well, the ability to do the admin stuff of the for the server with Aurora now, because over the last few months, everyone else who wanted to actually play would have been screwed if it wasn't for Aurora. I would not have been able to help. So I'm really glad she has like access to that now. And it's like Aurora is basically the admin of the server at this point. I'm like more of the used to be the admin of the server, you know. Which is always like, you definitely don't know this, Nintiabo, because you joined much later. But when we originally wanted to make the server, the idea was always that Aurora was gonna be the admin. And like she said she wants to do it. And then the problem was she somehow just couldn't get the voice mod to work. And at some point she just said, this is so annoying, I can't get it to work, let's just play without the voice mod, we can use Discord. And I insisted upon the voice mod. I said it's really important for like working immersively and being able to talk to people in game, which I still agree on, even though we don't use it as much anymore. And I was so insistent upon that even though I have no technical knowledge, I just said, if you can figure out how the voice mod works, I'm gonna do that. And then I spent like ages doing that. It was really frustrating and annoying. But the voice mod ended up working, and that way I accidentally ended up being the admin of the server, like on the technical side. I never wanted to do that. That just sort of happened to me. But then Aurora always helped me out a lot. Every time, like not every time, but oftentimes when I had when we had technical issues, I could ask her, and she would be really helpful and really supportive and guide me through the process. So really glad to have her. I don't think the server would work well without her. Or work at all, honestly. Nice. Okay, I have, wait, 1, 2, 3. I have 3 shulkers now, and I need 5 shulkers, is what I said, I think. I wonder how I'm gonna feel about school when I go back to school. Because it's been summer holidays for so long, and these summer holidays feel even longer than the usual summer holidays, because so much stuff happened there. Maybe I also just misremember how long they felt in other years. Maybe they also felt this long, but like so much stuff happened, you know. And I'm working now, like I'm doing way much stuff in terms of like hours than I tend to do in school, right? School, it's like an average of like 7 hours a day, and I go there and I go back, and that's it. Most of the time I don't have to work actively anyway. And right now I have a summer job where I work 10 hours a day on weekdays. I get some extra days free for that. It's not like it's fair, don't worry. But it's so different to like school, right? What year am I? So next year is gonna be my last year of school, right? I'm gonna have like my final exams and everything. Not at the start, obviously, but in June 2026 is gonna be when I have all of my finals and stuff. They're not called finals, obviously. I'm in Austria, but like it's the same thing. It's the final exams. So yeah, last year, which is 12th year, by the way. 12th year of school, counting everything. But that's not really like the number of years that has happened in total doesn't seem like the significant thing to me. The significant thing is that it's the last one, right? Some people have 13. If you go to some specific types of schools in Austria, they have 1 extra year. But I'm not. I'm going to one that has 12. For you, it's last year too. Nice. Good luck. Good luck. Are you like optimistic about it? Like, or I guess, are you happy about it? Are you happy that it's the last one and then you'll do other things and be adult, or are you sad about it? I'm mostly happy about it, I would say. What are you planning to do after? Well, go to university, right? Study physics. That's my plan. 4 and a bit. So now I need 20 more stacks, which means 40 more stacks of logs, right? Yeah, 40 more stacks of logs. So 7, 5 times 7, and then another 5. That was 3 times 7. What are what are you planning to do afterwards? You're happy about it. You think you'll be able to do fun things after, yeah? No, I'm also very happy about it. It scares me. It definitely scares me, and it's crazy to me that in less than a year, I'm gonna be like an actual legal adult. That doesn't feel like it's correct, right? Feels like a mistake. I think that's what most people feel like, though, or a lot of people. But yeah, no, I think I can handle it, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm definitely looking forward to university. I think that's a lot more fun than school. Obviously harder, like you'll obviously have to put in more effort. Well, I guess it depends on like your expectations. If in school you want to exceed at everything and have straight A's, and then you go to university and you're just like, I'm fine if I pass, as long as I pass, everything's good. Then you don't have to, then you don't have to put in as much effort as in school probably. But that's not like a mindset that makes sense, I think, right? Why would you do that? Your university grades are probably, if you're going to university and then studying a job that's related to that, way more important to any employer than your school grades. Your school grades are just about getting you into university, but then university, if you're going there, is about getting you into an actual job. So I think it makes more sense to, well, obviously it also makes sense to care about school just as much, because that's how you get into a good university, and then there it makes sense to care about that, because that's how you get a job. Probably gonna study bioengineering, and maybe I'm going to do a course to be a nature guide, because I'm already kind of doing that as a volunteer. So then I could do it as a job or a side job. That sounds awesome. That sounds really fun. Nature guide, like fun for someone who loves nature, obviously. I think that goes without saying. Yeah, nature guide sounds awesome. I think I don't actually have like a set idea of what specific kind of job I want to have, but my one thing that is really important to me is that I have a job that at least to some capacity achieves makes the world a better place, like achieves some amount of good in the world. Nature guide definitely, I would say, counts as that, right? Like you're bringing nature to people, literally. That's good and important for environmentalism and people's mental health and all sorts of other stuff. At least I would argue that, because obviously, especially because I'm a relatively good student, I would say, at least in physics. I think I could be really good at university in physics and potentially, you know, get employed by a lot of people. So I want to not how do I say it? I wanna do something good with that rather than something bad, if that makes sense. Regardless of where the money is. The Minecraft background music really does vary in volume quite significantly. Before it was way too loud and then I turned it down and it was still pretty loud, and now it's super quiet. You can almost not hear it. I'm not sure if you can hear it on stream at all. Like, the songs are very different in terms of volume. Okay. I think I'm gonna not immediately craft all of the hoppers. What I'm gonna do is just okay, how many free slots do I have? It's 36 minus 6, it's 30 slots. So 150 divided by 9 is like 17? Something like that. You already organize monthly activities in nature with organization that translates to youth organization for nature and environment. So I think it would fit me. Yeah, that sounds awesome. And it's like an awesome job to already be doing at your age. I'm not doing anything special right now. Right? I just have like a very, well, I don't know if it's completely very normal, but a pretty normal summer job. I just sit there and do some like easy, what do you call it? Like I don't want to say too much. I do some easy PC stuff for an institution. Let's just say that I sit at the PC and do complete relatively easy, somewhat creative but relatively easy tasks for an institution. Nothing all like fun, but nothing awesome like what you're describing. So GG for already doing that. That's like super sick. It's not a job. Oh yeah, it says a volunteer. Sorry, I forgot you already said that before. You really like it? Like that you can do so much for kids and nature. Yeah. That's great. I feel like I'm just repeating myself and not saying anything meaningful, but I'm honestly like, I'm glad that those things exist. And there's people that do them well, because I cannot do that stuff well. I am not someone who is great at working with like, I can work with people, right? People that share interests and like ideas. If I have to work on a project with someone, I can do that. That's no problem. I can do that in a job. But like working with customers, like, I mean, those are like quote unquote customers, I guess, the people that you're doing those things for. I don't think I would, I'm just not built to do that. Mentally, I just don't know how to deal with people on that level. I think I'm not sure, but I think there might be too much iron. I might have an iron overdose. Oh no! Need to get to the chests. Still more. There's still more. How many stacks of chests are there here? No! Okay, that's all of them. Lost 2. Retrieved 9. 9. Also find it harder to do for adults. You really like to do it with kids. They don't judge you. Oh yeah, that makes... No, I can definitely see adults being... I have done some like voluntary projects for like, you know, what are they called? I don't know. You know, the days where kids visit their future school, like when someone is attending at our school, for example. I've done some like stuff for the kids there, like environmental stuff, right? Because I'm part of the school's environmental group. And there I also much prefer working with the kids than the adults, right? There are some super annoying adults. And like, kids are usually annoying in a way that's more easy to deal with. And seems very fixable. I don't hate a kid for being annoying, usually. I can easily hate an adult for being annoying, because often it's like, okay, you're annoying, and I know it's not gonna get fixed, ever. You're too annoying and too old for it to be fixed. And when it's like an 8-year-old, it's like, yeah, the way you act sucks, but like, maybe in 5 years it will just not be the case anymore. Not to say that adults can't change, but I think you get what I'm trying to say. I mean, like, if I could choose completely, just choose the exact occupation I have, then I would also like to do some kind of scientific activity for an NGO or something that's like that does environmentalism or human rights or something else that's important. Although there's also a predicament there, because like, what type of projects do you do with the environmental group? So nothing big, honestly. We have some like projects of basically putting greenery in the school. Sometimes we just do stuff that's not directly environmentalism, that just needs to be done in the school, like you know, fixing random issues that schools have. We have like stuff like exchange programs. It's not called an exchange program. I'm not talking about students being exchanged. I'm talking about like, for example, days where people can bring their old books and other people can take those books. So like trading, right? So that things can be reused that people don't need anymore. You can bring a book and then take another one. Same for clothes, right? People can put their old but still usable, wearable clothes there and get something from someone else. So it's like about not consuming as much and reusing stuff. We had like weeks and projects where people were encouraged to come to school by bike and document like the amount of kilometers they rode in a week and stuff, and how often they went to school by bike, and then you could win prizes that way, right? So people don't come to school by car and people get used to using bikes, because that's better for the environment. I held like a speech at the school's end of year conference about the thing, and the speech was, well, the lyrics, it's not called lyrics, the words of the speech were good. My delivery was bad, honestly. I can't hold speeches, and I was too nervous, and I didn't use the microphone as good as I should have. But yeah, I held a speech there, basically talking about the environment and encouraging people to... The speech basically boiled down to, you should consume responsibly, you should only work jobs that don't destroy the environment, and you should only vote parties that don't plan to destroy the environment. That's basically what my speech boiled down to. It would be nice if your school did something like that. Yeah. I think it's not actually that old at our school, right? I joined... What? I joined in 9th grade, right? Next year is gonna be 12th grade for me, so I joined in 9th grade. So I've been in there for 3 years, and I think the thing has existed for 5, maybe 6 years. And I think I joined in 9th grade because they used to not accept younger students, right? Or at least not ask them to join proactively. I didn't actually know about it beforehand when I was in like 7th or 8th grade. I think more people at the school know about it now because it's not as new anymore. I should get to bed. It's 8 p.m. It's exactly 8 p.m. I looked at the clock and yeah. Also, I obviously know that it's the case now, but just to confirm, yeah, 89.92 days. So I've earned at least 1 inch Libri because I've played more than 3 hours without using rockets. That's nice. I really hope I don't use rockets accidentally at some point. I might have to do like basically save my progress for the challenge, right? Maybe after 5 or 6 hours, I'll make a screenshot of my stats again, so that if after like 10 hours I accidentally use rockets, I can prove that I spent at least 6 hours not using rockets. And because otherwise, if I don't make any screenshots in between, my entire progress is just gonna be destroyed, because no one can prove that I didn't start using rockets the second I started the challenge, if that makes sense. Right, I have to save basically. My school has something called environment in school, but it's just a few teachers that don't do a lot and don't really know what they're doing. Yeah, I also like to be completely fair and transparent. We aren't a huge, like the things we're doing at our school, what I described isn't like a huge success and an insane movement in any way. We do some decent stuff and a few people participate and it works, like it has a positive effect, but it's not like, it feels in no way revolutionary. And oftentimes when you have like meetings and stuff, I feel like we're not doing enough and it's not effective enough, and I'm not sure if I'm basically failing at doing it well, or we are failing, but I'm gonna project my thing onto other people. And what I like, the things I just explained were the best things, in my opinion, that we've done so far, and that have worked out to a degree. We also have honey, actually. I remember that. That's one thing that also works. We have honey that we sell to like finance some stuff that we do. It's not much. It's like, I don't know, $200 a year or something. I don't know why I said bucks, that weird, but I did, I guess. Yeah. So I think you also, yeah. I was about to say you should be fine with not making that much progress, but I don't know if I'm fine with it, or if I'm like, I sort of feel unsatisfied with our progress. Because at the end of the day, we're also a few teachers and a few students doing less than we should. And oftentimes planning things that don't quite work out the way they're supposed to. The only reason I know that it exists in our school is because my mom is a teacher. I've never noticed it in school. Okay, yeah. I'm sure there's quite a few people at our school that also never notice what we do, but I don't think it's a lot anymore. I think a lot of people notice it very rarely, like maybe once a year they notice one thing that happens, but I think at some point it does get noticed. I think that's better than it was like 3-4 years ago. But yeah, your thing sounds a little bit like something that, I mean, either it's something in the background, which is also fine, right? Like, it doesn't have to be a PR kind of thing that everyone knows about. If it's just the teachers are in the background making sure that things are run environmentally responsibly, right? How the school gets its energy and stuff like that. If they're just making that sure, it doesn't have to be like not every effective thing has to be a public thing. But what I imagine, the way you're describing it right now, is like that a few people got together and they wanted to do a thing, and then they did a thing, but they lost motivation after a few weeks or months, or didn't know how to continue, right? So basically, they had instead of a 2 week Minecraft phase, they had a 2 week environment phase. That's a little bit what it sounds like. But I might be wrong. I don't know. That's just pure speculation. One thing that we also, I don't know how much we are responsible for that. Our school does have, what are they called? Like solar panels. And I have genuinely, I don't know if like it's 100% because of the teachers that are part of our thing, of our environment thing, and they just said we need those, or if it's like 0% to do with that and it was just economically sensible, or the school director himself decided it, or whatever. I don't know. Could be like that, but I would like if they did a little bit more. But it could also be because it's a big thing in my life. Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely agree with you. It's something that should be done. It's something that needs to happen. And I guess if you already have people that are worrying is maybe the wrong word, that are concerned with it and preoccupied with doing stuff about it, they could to some degree do some PR stuff, right? And like at least talk about the fact that it's happening so that people are aware. That would be important. Yeah, I guess we have the things where every year, as I described before, people that might or might not want to attend the school come to the school and check out all the sort of different stuff, right? Where you get there and then the chemistry teacher shows you some explosion and the physics teacher shows you some other experiments. I don't know how to describe them. And then we also have a thing there every year where we educate them a bit about our group and a bit about the environment in like a fun game kind of way. And then every year the second grade students also get to participate in like I don't know, what are they called, like climate days, I guess might be the translation. And there we as a group, right, most of us are like, it's second grade, 6th grade, by the way, right? It like restarts when you enter the new school. And we're like, 10th, 11th grade, we basically do an hour with each 6th grade or 2nd grade class and explain to them a bunch of stuff and do some interactive stuff with them. That happened over the last 3 years. And that works out decently well. So I think we do quite well there with like the students of the school knowing about it. And the internal projects. But in terms of I guess awareness, the awareness work is something we do decently well. I think I'm a little bit disappointed with our like actual work on reducing any emissions and stuff. Love to show new kids in the school something like that, because it's basically what I do every weekend. Yeah, no, that makes total sense. I mean, maybe if you're like really dedicated and you know like a teacher that you have a good connection with, maybe you can set up something. You probably can't do it on your own, would be my guess. I don't want to discourage you from anything, but if you can work together with someone and figure out like a reasonable plan on how you would do that, that might definitely be possible. Because at our school, it was also just like 6 or 7 years ago. A few teachers and a few students came together and they were like, yeah, we should do this thing. And then they did the thing. And now it's a thing. Right? That's how things happen. So maybe be the group that you want to see in the world. if that works. I'm sure you have a better grasp on if that's feasible or not in your specific situation. I absolutely believe you if you say there's just no teacher that would do that here, or it's just organizationally not possible or whatever. But if you think it is possible, I definitely encourage you to try that. Sounds like a super good idea. Oh, well, that's gone. I think what I'm gonna do is probably like place the rest of the hoppers that I have in my inventory right now, and then I'm gonna go offline, I think. I don't know. Maybe I'll try to finish the rest of the hoppers in general. Wait, how much is missing still? All of this is missing. I probably won't finish the rest of the hoppers. I'll finish the ones in my inventory. And then I'll go and eat, because I am really hungry now. I think I did some decent progress, even though it looks like very little, right? Like 4 hours ago it was the exact same, except these lines weren't here. That looks like it's so little stuff, but it's actually so much stuff. It's like, I don't know, 1,000, 2,000 blocks placed. No more, way more. Wait, I'm completely wrong. It's like 8,000 blocks placed. Like the barrels alone are 5,700. How did I come up with 2,000? That's completely wrong. I also just realized something that was completely wrong before. I told you that 15 million is the actual number of capacity here. That's incorrect. Wait. It's 13,300,000 roughly. I'm sorry to have lied to you before, because I assumed for some reason, because a hopper is one line, for a hopper to be 9, but a hopper is only 5 slots. So a hopper being filled up isn't as much as I calculated in my estimation. Or I suppose calculation. It is crazy progress. But also there's crazy much more to do. It's like, right now, I've probably built around 15% of the technical part of the system. So it might be functional in like late September. If I continue at this pace, doing a few hours every weekend. But that's fine. I have to be fine with that, I think. Slow and Steady wins no races, because there's people that work 60 hours a week on their Minecraft projects. But Slow and Steady can get the job done. He says while frantically and quickly moving his mouse instead of being slow or steady. And making mistakes. It's actually... Before I thought this was going to be much faster than the barrels. I'm not actually sure anymore. I think this might be a similar speed to how long it took to place the barrels themselves. Because at the end of the day, I'm basically just sneaking back and forth every row, more or less, with a lot of stops in between. So the amount of time it takes is probably the amount of time it takes the length of blocks that the total rows together are, times 2, because of all the breaks and stuff. This project is gonna significantly increase my sneak time. Oh, this is placed incorrectly. See, there's at least one other one that's wrong like that. But I'm gonna find out eventually. Probably, oh yeah, I already said this like an hour ago. I'm gonna find out with the schematic. Because that's gonna tell me whether any one block is correct or not. How does the new XP thing in the chat work? Oh, this thing where you like so and so much of fan. I don't really know. I guess you get XP for amount of messages sent. But it feels a little bit weird, because it feels like if that was the case, you should already be first, right? I think you've sent more. Oh, actually no. Racina, I don't know. She sent a lot of messages before. I underestimated that. I have no idea why Atomic Entity has as much XP as you and Racina, because he sent 1/10 of the amount of messages. So I really don't know. The only thing I know, and I said this before, is obviously like no one has a parasocial relationship with me, but that's a thing, like a societal problem with big celebrities, especially big streamers, and I think this is a bad feature. Like, this is a feature that actively makes a problem that we have in society worse, which is parasocial relationship. Like, it literally tells you how much a fan of someone you are. If that's not fueling parasocial relationships, I don't know what is. No, it's something from YouTube. I have nothing to do with that. YouTube just rolled that out in general for streams. What I have something to do with is my $10 million private chat donation goal. That is the only thing I'm responsible for here on the stream, as well as everything that happens in Minecraft and the sub counter and the Ko-Fi link. I also don't know if the fan thing resets or if it like is consistent over streams, like if it counts together all the streams. Do you know what I mean? I have no idea about that. Yeah, let's just go on here, and I'm gonna run out of hoppers somewhere here along the line, along the way. Oh, by the way, you could like the stream, Rick, because I have 0 likes now and my ego is hurt, so I need 1 like on the stream. Thank you very much. Unless you're not there anymore, in which case you don't like the stream, right? I also think people will just spam to be high on their favorite celebrity. That also makes sense, although YouTube does have some spam protection in chat, I think. But I will still, like, some people will probably just send the highest frequency, send messages at the highest frequency they can to just get up there. It's probably also connected to donations, which I think makes it worse, because it takes the problem I just described before and turns it into and uses it for monetary gain. But I would be surprised if super chats weren't included in that, and if you couldn't push yourself easily by donating more money. Now I have 1 like. That is very nice. I feel appreciated. Thank you very much. By the way, I talked about this earlier in the stream, but you weren't there then. Do you know Gravity Falls? Or have you watched Gravity Falls? Because, oh my god, it's so awesome. I watched it for the first time like a week ago, and I've already watched the entire thing and then watched the entire thing again. And it's the best thing is I didn't need to do like Disney Plus or anything for it. It's just free on YouTube for some reason. Like the first season is just free on Disney's channel itself, which makes sense. It's like over 10 years old. And the second season is free. There's just people that like screen recorded it and have put playlists of it on YouTube. So it's also just free on YouTube. I don't know how, but that's crazy. I know, but I haven't watched it. Like, if you have any free time, like, or you're doing stuff on the PC and you can have something on the side, I heavily encourage you to watch it. Well, like, you might still be, I'm sure there's people that don't have fun with it. People that, if you don't like cartoons or animations or whatever, don't do it. But if you in any way like it, it is one of the best. I love it now. I will definitely... I honestly, I don't think I have any series which I regularly rewatch, right? I've watched some series, and generally I tend to watch movies more so than series, but I've watched some series, and then I watch them, and then I'm like, they're pretty good, and then I don't watch them anymore. I think Gravity Falls is definitely my favorite series now, and it's one that I will rewatch on the regular. On the regular, is that a thing? I think that's a thing that you can say. So yeah, definitely encourage it. Second thing I encourage, and that I consumed over the last few weeks, all of Ish's civilization videos. I think except for the Simon Says one, I don't think I watched the Simon Says one. Although it's also not really Civilization. But yeah, those videos by Ish, they are so good. I mean, the second thing that fascinates me about them is that I don't understand how they are economical. Like, they just can't be. Apparently on the last one, 80 different people worked on it, or over the span of a total of 2 years. So like, no matter how many views it gets, that's just not worth it, because it doesn't even have like a placement in it or sponsor or anything. It's just free without any, you know, any of that. And it's like the best. I just love it, especially Lingolini. Mamma mia! I can't do it well. That was a disgrace to Lingolini. I must apologize. Yeah, Civilization videos by Ish specifically. Really, really, really good. Maybe we'll try sometime. Yeah, you've been watching those. Oh, and you're my #1 fan. You know, you gotta give me money now. You know that. I love this parasocial feature. They are good, yeah. I only got into them from the last one that he posted like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Is when I watched that one, and yeah, then I immediately rewatched all the, not immediately, but like very soon after that I rewatched all the others, all the ones that came before. The last one is definitely the magnum opus so far, like the best one, and I loved it so long, right? Like, honestly, 2 hours 40 or something is the perfect length for something like that. As dumb as it sounds. Although, to be honest, I would have watched it if it was 5 hours as well. I am currently even watching a video that's 5 hours long. It's really good video so far. I've watched 2.5 hours of it. Wait, I have three different tabs here. So, it's How Capitalism Conquered the World by Then and Now. Oh, I've actually watched 3 hours of it. 3 of the 5 hours. That's a really good video. If you're interested in a very specific deep dive in all of the history of capitalism, and when I say all, I genuinely, well, no, definitely not all, there's some detail left out, but like a very deep dive. If you're interested in that, very good video. Or at least the first 3 hours have been good. Anyway, I have now placed all of the hoppers. I've streamed for 4 hours, 3 minutes and 7 seconds. I think my duty for today is fulfilled. I feel like I have done enough for now. For me, I'm not justified. I'm satisfied with myself. That's the word, not justified with myself. You've been watching mostly Naked and Afraid in the minimal time that you have had. Okay, yeah. Is Naked and Afraid is the Impulse and Skiz thing? Is that the thing? Or are you talking about another thing? I think it's Impulse and Skiz, right? Because I know that, but I haven't watched it. Also, I should sleep. But yeah, that also sounds very good. Like, I know I like Impulse, that's what I know about it. If it is the thing that I'm thinking of. Also, before at some point I turned my shaders off because I needed to check something, and then I forgot to turn them back on. Which is a shame because they are really pretty. No, it's from Loney. Oh yeah, I think wait, let me think. I think I've seen that too. What's the Impulse thing called then? Is it Ultra Hardcore? Okay, that makes sense. The Impulse thing is also... Oh, without armor. Oh yeah, I think I remember. I think I remember seeing the thumbnails and stuff. What's the Impulse thing then? Is that also called Naked and Afraid? Or am I just wrong? I'm probably just wrong. Anyway, now looks awesome again with a rising sun and an ending stream. Thank you very much for being here and entertaining me, Nintendo. Loved conversing with you. You are now my #1 fan, which means I expect you to send me a bunch of money. Also, obviously, thanks to Resina. She was here for a long time of the stream, although I don't think she's here anymore. And I will hopefully be streaming again next Sunday. I don't really know. It could also be Friday or Saturday for all I exactly know. But I think most likely it's gonna be Sunday. You don't know the impulse thing either. Okay, it's fine. Yeah.